This is really cute, like telephone. If you're as old as me, you will remember old telephone tables. Hannah will have no idea what we're talking about. But in your hall, you always had a little seat with your telephone on. Oh, she knows them because she loves retro and things like that. But Dan will have one in his new flat. Nice. Yeah, he's bought this lovely flat from a little old lady. Aww. And he's keeping it exactly as she's got it, everything. Anyway, £283.50. Right, let's just go through. What's it made of?
So it's melamine face chipboard, same as your kitchen and bathroom, but this is 18mm thick as opposed to 15, so it's thicker, more robust. And we use the same material on the back, so you haven't got to go tacking in that bit of plyboard. Oh, so it's going to stay nice and square.
Another vanilla's just gone, by the way.
And because it's made out of that material, it can go into conservatories, it can go in the attic, she sheds, garages, because it's going to take fluctuations in temperature. You can get it wet, moisture isn't going to be an issue. And you can clean it with whatever. And
did it take Kevin a long time to work out what the best... You know, when you made this, the very, very first one, he must have gone through different...
Well, we did try other materials. I mean, first ones were made out of real wood. But, I mean, it was 20 years ago. It was a lot cheaper then. But equally, once I started using it, it gets marked really easily. And I didn't want the upkeep of sanding it, varnishing it, and all that rubbish.
There's nothing worse than buying I bought a really, really beautiful dining table when I first moved into this house. And literally within days, it got scratched. And and now I don't mind because it's lived in and it's warm. But with that first, and if you'll have them in your workroom, you're going to be...
It's going to get knocked. Yes, it's going to get marks on it. You're going to get pen marks on it and everything like that. So I wanted it to be able to be cleaned. We did try the slightly thinner one, but it didn't look right. No. And crafting and sewing aren't cheap hobbies. No. They're not quick hobbies. You don't just start and then think, oh, I'll give it up in a few months' time. You're in it for the long haul, if you like. And what we buy isn't cheap. So what you want to store it in has got to last. You want to be able to pick up your sewing machine and have it in working order, have it clean, have all the leads
and also to have it safe. You don't want to put your best sewing machine on, then the whole thing to collapse. Or
no, not at all, no.
Right, be careful now. We are uber limited. Good afternoon. I have 6 of these. We were just saying this in the break. 6 of these units and love them. Would recommend them to everyone. Excellent quality from Sue. I didn't see where Sue was from, but Sue said that. You said that Festival of Quilts, didn't you? That so many people are saying, oh, I've got 9 of these, I've got this, I've got this.
Good morning, welcome to Stage Street. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1. In Visualize Live.
Good morning, my lovely friends. Welcome to the start of the week. It's Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard, and this is our early bird. And it's another really good one. 2.5 meters of cream cotton solid. I mean, do I need to even say it? What an absolute star turn. It's funny, isn't it? Because actually, it's the most basic fabrics that we use all the time that often we forget about. And then we go to our stash and it's not there. We've got lots of fat quarters, we've got lots of scraps, we've got lots of, star fabrics, but we're missing the absolute basics that make everything else work. If you're a scrap quilter or you want to be, you need this. 2.5 meters is beautiful. Rose and Hubble, fabulous quality cotton solid, 44 inches wide, 2.5 meters in one continuous length, for £19.95. Well, that's a brilliant price, but it's our early bird, so we're doing something rather special. Okay, loads of you already checked out. £15.95. Now, when you consider that the vast majority of quilt weight cottons now are £16.99 a metre, this is £15.95 for 2.5 meters. Now, here's a thought. If you buy 2 of these and seam them together, one seam, you now have a piece of fabric which is going to be about 84, 85 inches wide by whatever 2.5 meters is in inches. That is a backing for a queen size quilt for under £30. 98.4 inches by about 84 inches wide for under £30. That's if you buy two. Now, I just need to let you know that nearly 50% of my stock's already checked out. Well done. They're great, these, though, aren't they? I've had a few early birds like this recently, where it's this is what I need. This is my stock filler. This is my stash builder. And also, as well, if you've got scraps, fat quarters, jelly rolls, layer cakes, they're all your feature fabrics. What have you got that can provide your background, your sort of bread that goes with your filling? You've got the filling, where's the bread? And this is the bread. It's cream, it's 2.5 meters, and it's going to sell out. It's National Fajita Day. Did you know that? National Fajita Day. Love fajitas. Love fajitas. Ooh, smoky paprika, gorgeous peppers, onions, mushrooms. Gorgeous. Now, literally got now 13 bundles left. That's it. Absolutely loads of you with it in your basket. Check out quickly, won't you? Good morning, by the way, to Anne, who says, good morning. Lovely, Stuart. Lovely, great to see you. Thank you, my darling. You too. Sandra says, good morning, lovely, Stuart. From not so sunny Glasgow. It's still hot, though. Good. I'm glad to hear it. Steph says, morning, Stuart. Morning, my love. Delia says, good morning, Stuart team and all. Happy Monday. Hilary says, morning, lovely. Well, Delia, let's say hello to everybody, shall we? Start this day right. Here's our gallery with the lovely Ben, spinning on his chair, and the lovely Ollie. Hi. In the studio, we've got Kat. There she is. Hey, Kat. And you might also spot Jenny Raymond. Woohoo! We need to look at our menu, right? There's 2 of these left. Be quick, be quick. Last 2. Right. We are starting out this morning with Miss It, Miss Out Tilda fabrics. Now, if I tell you that I've got about 50 bundles of Tilda for this hour, and that's everything I've got. This is last in stock. Of Sanctuary and Sunday Brunch and Creating Memories and Wallflower and Tipsy. Literally everything, and that's all. So when I say miss it, miss out, I really do mean it. At 9 o'clock, oh, this is going to be a great show. Jenny Raymond is going to be teaching us textured landscapes like this. Absolutely fabulous. So cool. So cool and so achievable. And then we've got lattice windows, a second technique. You're not sewing sashing there. This is a folded frame. It's super clever. You know Jenny's going to teach you good stuff. That's 9 till 10. Now at 10 o'clock, I've got an hour of sewing room tools. I want to give you a couple of heads up in that hour. I have got the fabulous hemline bobbin winder. The price is off the charts. Shop ahead. Secondly, I've got some amazing interchangeable needle and crochet sets from Knit Pro. Now, these always sell out. So we've got them in stock. So if you've been waiting for those, again, I would jump on the website. Okay, 11 o'clock. Oh, this quilt is so pretty. It's called Ring Around the Posies. Isn't that beautiful? Shabby chic gorgeousness from Riley Blake. Jenny's going to be showing us how to make that at 11. And then at 12 o'clock, the fabulous James Harvey is here with crafty products. You know, that amazing Gyro Cut. Oh, so cool. So cool. So we've got a lot coming up. Now, my early bird has sold out. Well done if you managed to get the early bird. I think now we need some fabric to go with it. Yeah. And it's one of my absolute favourites, you know. It's Tilda. Right, I'm going to grab, actually, Sunday Brunch. This is our Sunday brunch bundle. This is literally last of stock on all of these bundles. So if you're an absolute lover of Tilda fabrics, this is your final chance, okay? Your final call. Now here we've got 8.5 meters from the Sunday Brunch collection. And Sunday Brunch was all about kind of gorgeous, leisurely time in the garden, in the park, just having a wonderful time. Now, it should be £67.92. Even though this is last chance, and these are very limited, we're going to give you good prices. £59.43. That's for 8.5 meters. And once it's gone, that's it. Now, these are absolutely gorgeous. I'm sort of grouping them a little bit into how I might use them. I'm thinking bags in particular, but I'm also thinking fabulous for quilt making, mix and match. Tilda's fabrics mix and match so beautifully with each other because there are common palettes that are used throughout. You get 8.5 meters here, a total of 4 meters for £59.43. Ah, Pam says, morning, gorgeous. What a lovely shirt. Thank you. It's become very, but I'm liking that kind of loose, relaxed fit. It's the new slimline me. Well, a little bit more. Oh, sorry. It's a little bit more chest than you needed to see, wasn't it? Cover yourself up. Goodness me. Good morning, everyone. Absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. And, you know, you can mix and match. 2.5 meters for me is the perfect amount for a bag. And then I might add my own lining. But if I've got 2.5 meters or 3.5 meters, you see, I'd put those three together. What a beautiful bag. Now, remember, a couple of bags there. Remember, you're getting 4 meters of fabric in total here, all from the Sunday Brunch collection. Now, that's the first one. Be really quick, though, because all of these are going to sell out. I've got single figures on everything. Right, that's my first one. I'm going to grab the Tipsy fabrics to show you next, because if you're going for Sunday Brunch, this is the coordinate that was designed to go with. And I'll keep this in shot just for now, because you can see there, those fabrics go so beautifully together. So, for example, you might use a couple of those and then a bit of Tipsy to go, and you've got your palette all sorted. Right, let me pop that to one side for now, and I will show you this. £42.45, but again, you're going to make a little saving. 5.5 meters here, and this sold out really quickly. £38.45, that's a £4 saving, right? Yeah. Again, very, very limited quantities of this. And every range now from Tilda, they are doing a specific coordinate range, which is really a sort of fabric range in itself, because all of the fabrics are gorgeous. They're not just tone on tones. They're florals, they're stripes, they're polka dots. So you've always got some really beautiful fabrics there. Now, again, I'm just going to grab one of the fabrics from my other Tilda bundle and just look, those two, I mean, what a gorgeous combination. And if you got today's early bird, well, you're laughing. So usable, aren't they? So, so usable. And you can mix across, see this and this together. How beautiful. What a lovely combination, those two together. If you love, I was going to say Laura Ashley, I suppose, yeah, Laura Ashley kind of look. Or Liberty. Way more in baskets than I've got, by the way. My Sunday Brunch bundle that I showed you first is in low single figures now. This is also now low single figures. It's just that chance to mix and match. Again, I'm going to grab this fabric here. Again, what a lovely fresh combination. Or this. Or this. I've got 3 of these left, 15 of you with it in your basket. So that's last call on that one. I'm just going to bring the other Sunday Brunch collection back in We'll give you that graphic as well. I'll give you a side graphic. Oh, main graphic? I'll give you main graphic. So at the moment, the graphics are for this one here. Really lovely to mix and match these. Really nice to mix and match. 12 of you have this in your basket. I don't have anything like that number available, I'm afraid. I would be particularly looking at combining both for me, and then mixing in some ivory, something like that would be beautiful, some cream. So let me just pop your details for this one. This is Tipsy. This was the coordinate to go with Sunday brunch, and it literally is last in stock. 2 bundles left, 38.45. You're making a £4 saving, and it's your last chance. Jan says, good morning, Stuart and all. It's cloudy today in South Dorset with a nice, cool breeze. You see, I'm rather liking that because I'm enjoying the better sleep at night. I don't know about you, but I'm sleeping so much better this last week. It's not so warm. It's not so kind of heavy either, is it? And I'm not having to water the garden quite so much. But my tomatoes have gone completely wild. Honestly, never had a crop like it. My tomatoes are overflowing. It's tomatoes with everything, which is unusual on a roast dinner, isn't it? But they are gorgeous. We did mini plum and cherry tomatoes. Oh, gorgeous. I just eat them like sweets. Absolutely gorgeous. Right, that's Tipsy. Last one about to sell out. Right, next up, let's go Sanctuary. Because we are moving into autumn season, are we not? It's definitely starting to feel autumnal, colder, darker in the morning. I want to get cosy. And that's the thing about the Sanctuary collection. It's all about the cozy. Oh, how beautiful. These are so gorgeous. 59.43. Well, that's quite a nice saving, thank you. Ooh. I did some bags. My trio of bags, number 2, I made using this collection. And I used the browns. And we sold out of the collection so quickly. This was not around for very long. Oh my goodness, I've only got 5 of these bundles left, I've just noticed. You've got 8 different fabrics, half a metre of each, and you're saving. Is that £8? £7.50, something like that? £8.49 you're saving. Wow, cool. But I've only got 5 of these bundles left now. Yeah, so if you're going to make something like a messenger bag or, you know, that kind of thing, you want about half a metre for the outer and half a metre for the lining. But I like to mix and match a little bit. I'm just going to grab, now this is from the Sunday Brunch collection, but I'm just going to pop that little bit of that in there. That little bit, you see, I would put just maybe like a little pocket binding. And you see how it just lifts the brown up. This is where you can mix across genres or across ranges. If I grab this one, this is also from the Sunday Brunch collection. Again, if you want to stick with that sort of browns and taupes, but lighten it up a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Now, I've only got 3 of these collections left. 11 in baskets. Beautiful plums and purples. But again, if you want to lighten that up, if I go back to the Sunday Brunch, a little bit of the pink. Look, beautiful. So that's just taking this one from the Sunday Brunch. And then some greens. And then this beautiful, beautiful, classy red. But again, if I bring a pink in, you can go there. or I could bring this in from Sunday brunch. How beautiful is that? Stunning, absolutely stunning. That one is going to sell out too. You've got 3 bundles left. If you want that one. I've got some by the half metre. I'll try and get to those if I can. But if you want the bundle, it's literally like 2s, 3s, not many at all. Steph says, we had a glut of cherry tomatoes. The hub's been using them to make pasta sauce, but they take ages to skin. Oh, gosh, yes, but delicious. You can't beat it, can you? Claire says, good morning, Stuart. And, oh, good morning. Good morning. Right, next up, talking cosy, let's talk Wallflower. Absolutely gorgeous. I think this has got a real kind of Laura Ashley feel to it. Really, really stunning range, this. Centering around the Wallflower. There she is, hiding amongst the blooms. And some really pretty colourways in this collection. Absolutely gorgeous. You are going to save £84.90 is not your price. £76.41. Fab. I'm going to just split them up. You're getting 10 half meters. We weren't able to bundle this before, were we? The blue, this was my favourite colourway, the sort of denim blue with rust. I just think is really, really pretty. But you've also got that little bit of soft pink in there as well that just lightens the whole thing up. Now, again, if you've got the early bird today, the 2.5 meters of cream, if I just split those apart, I'm going to lay this down and I'm just going to bring this in. Now, obviously, this was our early bird and it's sold out, but if you've got any cream, if you've got calico, quilter's calico, if you've got ivory, any of those are going to work so well. And 2.5 meters plus 2.5 meters of a cream or an ivory, that is a whole quilt. That is a whole quilt. That plus that is a whole quilt. So for about £38 plus, what, about 15? So 55 for a whole quilt? Imagine if I came on with a quilt kit for a Tilda quilt for £55. How quickly that would sell out. It would be gone in an instant. Just, Ben, what is this? What is this madness? That's now £10.50 off. What are you waiting for? Last few, down to low single figures on that. Oh, that's fantastic. Fantastic price on that. Well done if you've checked out your bar. Oh, goodness me. Right, okay. I'm down to my last 4 bundles now. If you want that, you are going to have to be super, super quick. Really lovely for this time of year as well. These are those gorgeous, warm, cosy shades. And for me now, we are getting into cosy season. So cut 2.5-inch strips of these fabrics, mix them with 1.5-inch strips of a solid or a neutral to create a rail fence, simple rail fence, gorgeous, easy, beginner friendly, lush. Right, while we're still talking cozy, let's talk creating. Look at that as a palette. Oh. Now already I'm thinking pumpkins. Have you ever seen those lovely fabric pumpkins you can make? Look at that. Look at those. This is creating memories. Little bit of winter in there, mostly autumn. This is beautiful. It's all the cozy shades, isn't it? It's all of those cozy shades. Now, again, if you've bought from any of the other collections, you know, I just want to show you how you could pop a little bit of Tipsy in there. You could pop a little bit of Sunday Brunch in there. Or if you've got some Liberty or you've got, you know, other bits and bobs, you can mix and match these. But what a lovely palette. Ditzy florals. Creating memories is all about those kind of so usable fabrics. Those little florals, polka dots, woven stripes, and that's like a little dobby weave. It's just gorgeous, isn't it? Absolutely. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Ben, can you just do a quick Pinterest search for fabric pumpkins, please? I just want to show you what I'm thinking of. You probably already imagine it yourself. But I love those fabric pumpkins. I don't do Halloween-y type things per se at home. I don't have anything against it. I just don't particularly focus in because it's one day. I know a lot of people go really big on it, but I love autumn decorating in the house. It's one season when I do things like fabric pumpkins like this. How gorgeous. Like make a pile of them, put them in a big bowl or on the windowsill. You know, I love electric candles because I can just flick them on and walk away and I don't have to think about them. And you know what I mean? And like a little bit of bunting or stuff like that. I just love it. Autumn wreath. Look, gorgeous. Eat me. No, oh no, too much icing. I like fruit cake, sorry, or shortbread biscuits. How yummy. Right, literally 3 of those bundles left. Everyone's going to have fabric pumpkins this year. 18 in baskets. Again, these are such stash builders, and that's the point of creating memories. They're those fabrics that you can dip in and out of all year round. Morning, Stuart, says Lucy. Tilda's World offer hundreds of free patterns, including pumpkins and squirrels. Oh, yes, they do, Lucy. Tilda's World, that's the website you want. And Lucy's right, there are hundreds of free patterns. Go get some inspiration. That is about to sell out. If you want that, it is absolutely gorgeous. Right, last bundle that I have. Gosh, it's only 8:25. Oh my goodness. I'll have to get the sewing machine out and start sewing. I'll tell you what I've got left of in a minute. Right, this is using a combination of summer blues and also some spring in there as well. Now, I used lots of these blue fabrics in my Radiant Circles quilt. That was one of the quilts for my very first We Love Quilting series. Now, if you're ready for some more, I'm going to be launching We Love Quilting Mark II on the 31st of August. I'm just putting the finishing touches. Oh, look at that. Look at that. These are absolutely stunning, aren't they? Now, I don't even have teens of this bundle. This was my biggest bundle that I'd got biggest stock of, and I don't even have teens of it. So yummy. So yummy. Again, if you got any of Tipsy, I'm just going to grab a couple. You see, like, there's a bit of Tipsy. You see how they all work together? And if I grab a little bit of Sunday Brunch, do you see what a gorgeous little palette coming together. Just gorgeous, easy, lovely. Just take those out. So you're getting lots of lovely blues. 2, 4, 6, 3 meters of the gorgeous blues. Now, with the blues, I would mix in, look, those, fabulous. Or even, you know, a little bit, it's all right, a little bit of these ones, you see? Oh, look at that, gorgeous. Brown and blue together, absolutely stunning. You see, so you might have some fabrics from other collections. No reason not to grab them and use them. Oh, so lovely. This is flying out. We're very, very limited. £59.43. Again, £8.49 saving. And you've got these gorgeous, fresh, zesty green and gold there as well. Just such lovely colours and lovely fabrics too. What I think is really super about the Creating Memories ranges, you've got spring, summer, autumn and Christmas, but you don't have any seasonal motifs. So in the summer, there's no deck chairs or beach huts or, you know, symbols, if you like. Same with autumn. There's no autumn leaves, there's no pumpkins. So you can, if you want to use it in the spring for a spring project, a birthday project, you absolutely can. The Christmas reds and greens, again, don't have any motifs in them that limit you. So it makes it much more versatile. This is going to sell out as well. So many in baskets. So many of you in baskets. I've got low single figures left on this. And the thing to keep in mind as well is if we just go back to Radiant Circles for a minute from We Love Quilting. This was my starting point. My Tilda Summer Blues was my starting point. But I had things like Debbie Maddie, Shibori for Moda in my scrap box. I threw that in. I'd got some Janet Clare in my scrap box. I threw that in. I'd got some Hajime from my Lewis and Irene collection. I threw that in as well. And I'd got some bits and bobs that I'm not even sure where it came from, but they were all in the right sort of family. So don't ever look at that and think, but Stuart, that's only 6.5 meters. I can't make a scrap quilt with that. And also, isn't a scrap quilt meant to be just scraps that you know, have shoved in a drawer somewhere? I don't think it is. I think it's whatever fabrics you want to put into a quilt, you can put into, and you can call it what you like, first of all. But also, actually having a starting point is so helpful because you know these all go together beautifully. However, you've also got some bits in there like the little bit of pink and the little bit of soft coral, the little bit of red, the little bit of tan in there as well, the little bit of brown, which suddenly makes that make sense. Whereas before, if you'd got to say those fabrics and then I put that, you'd say, oh, Stuart, no, because now you've suddenly got pink. Where's the pink come from? But that's where the pink comes from. You know, and suddenly it all makes sense. So I love to have a starting point that I can then go to my scraps with. A lot easier. This is going to sell out. Last few. Oh, good morning, Kate. She says, I'm really enjoying making the Radiant Circles quilt. Ah, got 4 block Bs to go. And then the borders. Oh, my goodness, you've nearly finished, Kate. Well done, well done. Glad you're enjoying that. Send us a picture. Morning, my sister and I were delighted to meet you at Festival of Quilts. Oh, thank you, Jeanette. Your new book is fabulous. Brilliant patterns and techniques. Thank you, Jeanette. The book that Jeanette is talking about is called Make 100 Bags. It's my brand new book, and we have got the exclusive TV launch. It doesn't actually come out in the shops until the middle of September, but on the 30th of August, we've got the exclusive TV launch right here on Sewing Street. That is going to be a chance. I've signed all the books. The books are all signed, so make sure you get up bright and early on the 30th. Set your alarms and grab your copy of Make 100 Bags. Yeah, truly, make 100 bags. And the price is going to be amazing. Right, Ben, we cannot launch it now. Ben's saying to me, I've got all that stock on my system. Can we just launch it now? No. I've got to wait. I've got to wait. Okay, last couple. Okay, that is that. Now, I'm going to grab what I have left. Oh, I've got some, I'm just going to say as well, while we're here, I'm not going to show you the details yet, but I've also, look at all these beautiful Tilda buttons. I've got all these beautiful Tilda buttons as well. These are coming up. If you absolutely love a little bit of Tilda, have a look on the website, but I'll grab these in a second. Okay, Sunday brunch. Sunday brunch. Now this one I've been mixing and matching all hour because these offer so many possibilities to mix and match with the other ranges that we've got available. It's a wonderfully versatile range. I've got single figures left. I've got single figures left. Kim says, I had tons of orange cherry tomatoes this year and made tomato jam for the first time. And oh my goodness, it's amazing. Orange tomato jam sounds delicious. Now, would one have that on toast, or would you have it with a cheese sandwich, or in a toasty, or the bacon sandwich? Bacon sandwich with tomato jam. Oh, oh. Now, I've got some of these by the half metre. I'm going to grab these two first. Let's do this one. Let's do this one. But if you are buying fabrics by the half metre, if you're buying this, I suggest you buy this because it's a perfect partner for quilting or for bag making. I've got 3.5 metres of this fabric left. That is all. 4 of you have it in your baskets. If you're going to use this for a border or blocks, I would suggest 1.5 metres. As a minimum, 1.5 metres. If you're getting it for dressmaking, 2.5 to 3 metres. Right, let's do the other one. This is super pretty. I've only got 2 metres left. That's already been flying out. It's gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. I really do mean last of stock. This is it. Loads of you with that in your baskets too. Right, next up, I'm going to grab this one and this one. Again, what a pretty. Oh, this one's sold out. This one? Oh, I've got 0.5 metre. 0.5 metre, that's such a gorgeous colour. Right, this next one, this one for me is just such a brilliant fabric. It's such a gorgeous colour. There's 2.5 metres left. That is it. 2.5 metres left. Still got it in the bundle, but that is almost sold out too. Such a pretty colour. And if you remember Tilda, when they first started, they didn't produce their own fabric. It was pinks and aquas and reds. Their first book. And here it is. Here it is. Right, this next one, absolutely love the colour. Oh, 2.5 metres left again. It's last of stock. When I say last of stock, pumpkins. Pumpkins. Don't you think? That blue in there as well. These two, if you're going to buy one, please buy the other. They are such a gorgeous combination. This one I'd like a shirt made out of. 3 metres left. That would do it. A long-sleeved shirt in that. Yes, please. With pearl buttons. pearlized buttons, maybe. Oh, so good. Or even Tilda buttons. Maybe these. Oh, yes. Yum. And then this last one, this is all from Sunday brunch. And then if we've got any of the bundle left at the end, I'll show you. Delicious. Absolutely gorgeous. 1.5 meters left of that. They did this grey and gold combo in Chic Escape, which is still one of my all-time favourite Tilda ranges. It was really unusual for Tilda, but it was stunning. And if you've got any of that range left, this would mix so beautifully. You know, when you've still got those little bits left of a previous range, it's not enough to make a quilt. That's when you can bring in a new range that happens to match. Do we have any of this bundle left? If you want this bundle, we'll quickly give you the details. 59.43, very, very limited now. Okay, right, Tipsy. Oh, the bundle's gone. However, by the 1/2 metre, right, what have we sold out of? That one's sold out? Okay, that's sold out. Can we do the pink one first? I think this would be so lovely for dressmaking. I think this is absolutely perfect for dressmaking. I do only have 4 meters of this one. It's a really lovely soft bubblegum. But I think that little bit of mint green and that little bit of chartreuse in there, just it gives it such a gorgeous, and you've got to pleat this. Whatever you make, promise me you'll add some ruffles. Gorgeous. Let's do the chartreuse next. Again, it's got that little bit of soft dove grey. A pretty combination. Again, little accessories. Bags, perfect. It's a good stash fabric, actually. That would work really well, you know, with things like you're creating memories fabrics. Do you see? It's that same kind of scale and tone, and you could use this in a Christmas project, you could use this in a summer project. Very limited, though. Let's do the grey. I'm amazed we've got any of this left. We won't have much. No, we don't. Single figures. It's lovely, that. Gorgeous, gorgeous quality as well. And then the ginger. Isn't that lovely? I love ginger and lemon and honey. Oh, lovely. I don't just wait until I've got a cold. I just love the combination. It's delicious. I made crystallized ginger. You know, it's in syrup. You know, the ginger in syrup. I made my own. It's gorgeous, easy. Right. Let's do the buttons. Let's do the buttons. I just think they're fabulous. I would let's do the blue ones, the blue creating memory. I would just sew these onto a plain blue shirt. Just take the buttons off and sew these on instead. Or a white shirt, or if you've done a little, you know, a little button closure on a bag for a pocket top, gorgeous. Oh gosh, I've got loads in baskets. I don't have loads of stock. Aren't they cute? Decorative. So make the button the feature. You could sew these onto a piece of fabric, put it onto a frame, little frame, like a little box frame. Be lovely. But equally, as I say, sew them onto a shirt. And there's 2 different sizes there. You've got 10 and 12 mil, okay? But that is the point, the quirkiness, the 2 different sizes on a shirt, all different buttons. Oh, there's way more in baskets than I have. Way more in baskets than I have. Please check out your basket, don't miss out on this. Because again, these are done with seasonal collections, and when they're gone, they're gone. Let's do the spring. Same idea. Again, imagine something like a cream or a white shirt or a pale pink shirt with those buttons. Now, on there, on the card, you get 10. About 6 on a shirt, 6 or 7 down the front of a shirt, and then 2 at the cuff. So you've plenty there. You've plenty there. But wouldn't they mix beautifully with like pearl buttons, mother of pearl buttons as well? Mix and match them together. Make it the feature. 1 Tilda button at the top of a shirt. Yeah, everything else just regular, but 1. Or, you know, if you make something like a zippy pouch and just sew a line of buttons along the top of a zippy pouch, just as a feature. Or if you've got like colour blocked and got 2 different fabrics, sew them down the centre seam just as a little feature. So cute. So cute. That's those. Now next up, let's do the Wallflower. I've got 2 different, I'll show you them both. I've got blue and I've got red. So let's do the red. So not really red. Kind of greens and a little bit of purpley blue in there. That gorgeous, vibrant pink. Oh, Patricia, thank you. She says, morning, Stuart. Lovely to see you today. It's lovely to be here. Lovely to have your company. These ones are bigger. These are 16 millimetre. These are 16 millimetre. So these are a little bit bigger, a little bit more of a feature. These would be lovely on the back of a cushion, a button closure. But make it the front. Make it the front instead. On a cushion, I'd probably put 3, 1, 2, 3, or 5. I'd probably go odd numbers. What do you get? 8. 3 and 3. And then I've got the blue. But again, look at all those different gorgeous colours in there. $6.99. It's great. And also, these aren't just a fabric covered like dome top button that you could make yourself. These have got little metal holes through them, so they're like an eyelet, yeah. So they're really different, beautiful. And I would use perhaps a brightly coloured or a pastel coloured cotton perlé. Now, can I just say, I'm going to give you a little heads up. My next We Love Quilting pattern includes how to tie a quilt rather than quilting it, including buttoning a quilt. If you've never seen how to button a quilt or tie a quilt, I'll show you how, but it's all in the pattern. So you'll be wanting to start looking for gorgeous decorative buttons. They're a different way of finishing a quilt. Fab. Right. Next up, just jumping back to seasonal. Oh, I missed those. I want those. I want those. Those are gorgeous. So these go with the autumn, Thanksgiving and Halloween range. This was the range I jumped straight onto when this range came out. Made my big quilt using these. Beautiful. These are the ones you've got 8mm and 10 and 12mm. 10 and 12. Aren't they beautiful? Really lovely. And then last of all, Sunday brunch. I've got Ollie, our director, singing in my ear, Oh, yes, yes, yes. I'd make jewellery with these lovely buttons. What a good idea. Have you seen those lovely necklaces you can make that are just the buttons along a perfect, absolutely brilliant. What a brilliant suggestion. Yes, yes. Ben, find me a picture, please. Button necklace. That's such a good idea. I want to show you what I mean now. No, not button moon. Oh, do you remember when Thornton's used to do button moon ice cream? I think it was called button moon. Oh, it was lovely. My friend Sal and I always used to go to the one in Birmingham and have a button moon. Oh, it was lovely. Yes, yes. This kind of thing where you can do the whole necklace out of them. That was slightly threatening the way you did that. I thought it was going to get me. Can you find another one that's just got a few buttons on, please? Doesn't have to be that many buttons. Show me Pinterest. Show me the whole board. Ah, Mo. She says, morning, handsome. And crew. Crew. Mo, I want you to just put crew next time, please. Lovely to have you back. Thank you, my darling. It's lovely to be back. Look, here we go. Look, look, key rings with buttons. That's a gorgeous idea. Love the flower made out of buttons. That's really cool. There, that one with 4 on a chain. That's gorgeous. I like the drop with 3. 1, 2, 3, a long drop pendant. Very nice. You could do brooches. Oh, this is very inspiring. Very inspiring. But do that with your Tilda. And you could do some other, like, matching colours, couldn't you? Oh, I like that idea very much. I'm just going to bring all the buttons back in because now we're inspired of how we might use buttons to make jewellery. Thank you so much to our viewer in the Scottish Borders who came up with that brilliant idea. So we've got seasonal. Love them. Love them. My producer Ben just sang in my ear, cheese and biscuits. How do I concentrate? How? But also now, all I can think about is cheese and biscuits. This is mine and Charlie's autumn and winter diet. Cheese and biscuits. Right, Wallflower. The bundle, thank you. Lovely cat. The bundle has gone, but I've got these fabrics by the ½ metre. We haven't done these fabrics by the ½ metre. Tell me what we've got. Well, actually, I'll show you and you'd say yes or no. We won't have any of that, surely. We haven't got that. That's gone. That one, that'll have gone too. Wallflower. Oh, we've got a bit of that. Okay, right. Fabulous. Pretty. 4 metres left. What about a lovely gathered skirt? Gorgeous. I think Charlie and I are part mouse. If you were to analyse our genetics, we're both part mouse because we're literally in the autumn and winter just there by a roaring fire, like eating cheese and biscuits, except we always call them cheese and biscuits, of course. Cheese and biscuits. It'll get to about 8 o'clock and Charlie will say, is it time for cheese and biscuits? And I'll go, cheddar, just mature cheddar for me. Or goat cheese. I love goat cheese as well. Yeah, but I'm very unsophisticated in my cheese taste, I'm afraid. Charlie is very sophisticated. He likes all the posh cheeses, but just a nice cheddar. It's got to be a nice one, though. This is beautiful. Fussy cutting. Strips. You know, cut a border. I mean, just beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. Or, you know, if you're just fussy cutting a square, Absolutely gorgeous. Last few meters of that one now. Very, very limited. Right, next one. Have we got any? No, that's gone. Oh, no, none of that. Oh, it's so low. No, 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 no. Yes. No, 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 no. Okay. No. Oh, come on, Ben. What about this one, please? Oh, we have. Good. Okay, good. We've got some of that. Lovely. Do you know, when I was a school teacher, you know those children that everyone else said, oh, it's a bit of a nightmare. Oh, she's really, I loved those kids best. They were my absolute favourites. And it's just as well because I work with them now. I'm surrounded by them. Oh no, those children that pushed everyone else's buttons were my absolute favourites. I absolutely adored them. Right, that's gorgeous. I've only got 5 meters of that one left. If you want to use that for dressmaking, you'd best be quick. Right, next, please tell me we've got a little bit of this. Got a little bit of this one. It's very lovely. I love that sort of bit of almost lilac in there. 3.5 meters left, and then it's gone. Oh, it's called Janice. I love that. Janice Caramel. Do you know, I think I was at school with her. I'm convinced of it. Janice Caramel. She had like a blonde fringe, but the rest of her hair was dark. No, I'm sure I was. Janice, if you're watching, get in touch. I wish I had been at school with her. No, but that was my at school. When I was at secondary school, that was the thing. You had like dark hair, but you had like a blonde fringe. Was quite the thing. And then this one. This would look gorgeous mixed with denim. Bit of denim and that mixed together in a bag maybe, or dressmaking. Imagine a denim jacket with that as the lining. Little piping set into your pockets or something like that would be absolutely gorgeous. Use that for the yoke inside. Beautiful. Last 5 meters of that left. Anything else, Ben? Can we do the creating memories? Have we got any of this lovely bundle left? Pumpkins. No, no pumpkins. No pumpkins. But we do have some half meters. I'm going to grab these 2 wovens first because these, I absolutely adore these wovens. We've got this one sold out. Right. We've got some of this. This is the sort of alternate colourway, if you like, because it's that pumpkin orange and then the natural background. And this is a woven, so you've got the right side, wrong side, but use both. When you're using this, use both. Absolutely beautiful for a binding. What I'm going to do is just grab a bit of fabric and just show you how. Look at that as a binding. How gorgeous is that? Pocket tops or, dressmaking, wonderful. Bag making, it's gorgeous. Right, let's do this one if we have it. Oh, lovely. So again, autumn dressmaking. That mixed with denim, fab. I've only got 7.5 meters. Oh, bag making legend Lisa Lamb has messaged. She says, I see your cheese and biscuits and raise you. Melted camembert with rosemary and focaccia. Focaccia. Is it focaccia? I can never say it properly. Focaccia? Focaccia. Focaccia, thank you. Focaccia. I'm so unsophisticated. Oh, lovely. And do you have it in the box? And then push the rosemary and then maybe some garlic in and then bake it. And then have that with the Focaccia? Focaccia. Focaccia. Oh, gorgeous. All right then, you win, Lisa. Oh, a little bit of drizzled honey and chilli. Oh, hot honey and chilli together. Delectable. Polka dots next, because they make me very happy. That's a printed polka dot. I know. Oh, it's sold out. Well, all I can say is you've got very good taste. Yes, right. A lovely floral, little tulips. No, it's gone. This one? Yay! Oh, there's a metre left. This one? No. This one? Yes. Christmas. This is woven. So this has a right side and a wrong side. I've totally used both sides in the same project. This is from the Christmas reds and greens. This one we sold out in moments when we launched Christmas reds and greens. Grab that. Yes, says Lisa Lamb, in the box and all the rest. Anything else that we've got, have a look on the website. Oh, what a busy hour. We're very, very limited on all of those fabrics. The bundles are all sold out or like one left. Summer blues, we've got a little bit, nothing much. Thank you for your company during the very first hour of Sewing Street. It's not over yet. We've got 4 more hours, including 2 fabulous hours with Jenny Raymond. Jenny's up after the break with the most amazing textured landscapes. This is so gorgeous, so achievable. And you know, with Jenny teaching you how, you'll be doing this afternoon. And then that fabulous lattice too. Brilliant hour. After the break, do not go anywhere.
In sewing, the term square up means trimming your fabric or block to ensure it has straight edges and perfect corners. Using a ruler and rotary cutter, trimming away any uneven edges. This step helps your pieces fit together neatly in your project. Square up is a quick way to keep everything perfectly aligned.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
Oh, it's great to have your company on Sewing Street. What a way to start the week. I'll tell you what's going to make it even better. Jenny Raymond.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Oh, wonderful. Thank you, Jenny. And it's great to see you after Festival of Quilts.
Yes.
I was going to say, have your feet touched the ground since?
Well, not really, because I've been to Spalding, St Ives and various other places in between.
Goodness me. You're
Tearing the
unstoppable.
car out. Well, absolutely, totally.
Unstoppable. And, as always, Jane's going to be sharing amazing techniques with us in this hour. Now, it's all about the landscape, but two different ways of presenting it, creating it. First off, we've got the amazing textured landscapes. Now, these are incredible, Jenny. Absolutely amazing. Look so cool. And we've got, let's just have a quick look at them, can we? These are super, super cool. And pieced, but also with all that amazing texture. And Jenny, you are known for creating texture with fabric.
I am the textured queen. Yep, twiddles and fiddles are us.
Exactly, that's what you do. But bringing it into landscapes, my goodness, really artistic. Now, I'll tell you what I've got. I've got a pattern on its own, digital or physical. I've also got two kits that include the pattern. So let's start off with the kits, and let's start off with Sunset. Sunset. Now, you've got your textured landscapes pattern, and Jenny, this isn't just how to use a panel.
No.
By any means.
No, it's a whole series of techniques which you could use with any fabric you like, but we have printed a panel off with relevant colours that you can just cut out and use to make the various different designs.
Yeah.
It explains how you put it together, gives you examples in the end. So it's a full booklet.
Amazing. I mean, I've taught like landscape quilting before, and my students have had to spend like £100+ buying all these different fabrics, and it can really
very
add up.
expensive.
So having a panel that's got those textures, those colours, is such an affordable way of doing it. Loads and loads of you with this in your baskets. Let me show you the panel you're getting.
If you start at the top, you've got the sunset at the top.
Yep.
There, and then it moves down through the mountains, the far distant forests, the ploughed fields, into the foreground. So what they have done on that panel is give you ample to make the various textures. You can, of course, add your own fabrics, but you don't need to go out and buy any because they're all there, printed, ready for you on the panel. Lovely fabric as well.
Well, and also, Jenny, where in your stash you might well have these colours, but they might be floral or stripes or whatever, which might not be the...
You don't often see stripes in the landscape.
It's not a common feature.
But you could. Think of ploughed fields, maybe.
Exactly.
Yep.
Fields of tulips.
Yes, definitely.
And of course, once you've got Jenny's pattern, you can create whatever landscape you want. It might be that you want to reproduce the Norwegian fjords or the bulb fields in Amsterdam. Well, not in Amsterdam.
Well, no.
You know, that lovely tulip field right in the middle.
Down in the middle, by the canal.
Did you miss it?
Yes.
But you know, you can use that technique. Geography's never been my strong point. Absolutely wicked. Love those. They're absolutely flying out. So you get your panel, you get your pattern, but you also get 1/2 metre of black. What do we use that for, Jenny?
Well, you need that for the border. And to put round it, because the black isn't in any of those colours, and it really, really sets it off.
Brilliant, yeah, it's in that final frame.
Yes, you could use other colours, as we have indeed in some of the other kits selected other colours for you, but your choice. Black I like very much to finish things off, but any colour would suffice.
Yeah, would be lovely, wouldn't it? Or even a little flange border, then a coloured border, and then a binding.
Yes.
You've got your fab. Fab, absolutely brilliant value. All of the, I mean, look at these. So clever. And this is the same techniques, but look how different. Look at the sky. Love that. So you've used some batiks in there and some hand dyes?
They're mainly microwave dyes, actually.
Oh, are they?
Yes, dyed in the microwave. Very quick, very easy.
Very cool. Very cool. But I mean, if you haven't got those fabrics, this is such a brilliant way in. Feel free to add in your own scraps to create more dimension, more texture, but what a brilliant way of doing it. So this is sunset, but I've also got sunrise. I think we need both.
I think we do need both.
Sunrise and sunset, maybe hung next. This would also look really good framed, wouldn't it?
Well, I was just thinking you could just take that piece of fabric and add all sorts of things to it and have it as a panel.
Well, you could.
I mean, why bother to cut it up at all? Why not embellish it and embroider it and add things on top of it? Because you've got some of the scenery there already.
It's a great idea. Now I said sunrise, but it's actually sunshine. Oi, sunshine. Let me open the panel up.
Waiting with bated breath.
I know. Oh, pretty. So this is that kind of like almost misty morning, isn't it? Oh, yes. Lovely, lovely, lovely.
And the cornfields down the bottom.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. Because that texture...
Yep. Or even the beach.
Wouldn't it work?
Yes.
Wouldn't it work?
Yes, because you could use some of the sky in the beach. I mean, when I was down in St Ives, the sea was turquoisey greys and purples in it.
That's a super idea. Because, of course, landscape, seascape, mountainscape, you can do all of these with Jenny's instructions. Oh, a lovely message from Welsh Mary, one of my favourite people to have in a workshop. She says, good morning, two of my favourite people, Stuart and Jenny.
Oh,
what a lovely way to start the day. Look out, purse.
Hello, Welsh Mary.
Has Welsh Mary been in your class?
I've had known Welsh Mary for many years.
Yeah. Fabulous, fabulous. Oh, it's nice to hear from you. This is flying out again. Absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? You've got your sky or possibly your sea, if you want to do a seascape. You've got your greens. It's the textures as well, so important. Love these purples. And cornfields, hills.
paths,
Or
pavements,
beach.
beaches, you know, whatever. Because I think what you're doing is you're making up a landscape that could be anywhere in the world. No matter what you put together, somewhere in the world's going to be a landscape like that.
Yes, it's very true. It's very true. I love as well, Jenny, how in your original samples, you've created the sky with those sort of multi-layers.
Yes, flip and stitch. And just literally use strips and just lay them down and flip them. And then if you angle them, you get slightly different angles in the sky.
That sounds beginner-friendly.
It's very beginner-friendly. And if you get a hole, you just put a cloud on top.
Well, exactly. Of course you do. Of course you do. And you could add in beading, embellishments.
Beading, embellishments, and embroideries can go to town. You could put little houses on there. You could do anything you like. It is your dream world you are creating.
It's brilliant. Love all that texture. You get your ½ metre of black in there as well, of course, and your physical instructions. This is rather special. Look at this one. So this is you've got your landscape, but then look, you've got your added applique outside the frame.
Yes.
I think that's a lovely touch.
Well, if you've got time, I'll show them quickly how to make those flowers.
Amazing. Right, let's do the pattern on its own. Physical pattern first, printed, all your instructions. And this is how to create your landscape, but also how to do all the tucks, the pleats, the texture, the rock formations, the scrunching.
Yeah.
Sounds like a fun time. Pleats, creating the sky, the stitches you might use as well. It's really thorough. I mean, almost a book in itself. This
And
could
the
set you
flowers
up.
are at the back there.
Oh, fantastic.
Yes.
You even you learn how to do those too. Ace. That's the physical instructions, been very, very popular. If you want digital, if you're thinking, Stuart, I've got exactly the kind of scraps I need, I want to get going today, then get yourself a digital download. $9.99, different code, TZJE37, and you'll get an instant download. You could actually sew along with Jenny.
Can indeed. Get your machine out.
Live workshop. Right. Jenny, straight to you.
Right, okie dokie, landscapes. Right, I'm going to start off by showing you some more samples of things that you can do. So here we have a small one which I've just framed in a piece of cardboard. Now these are all sort of just visionary landscapes. They all tend to look a bit the same because I always do my hills much the same. Ignore the black smudge. That was where I inadvertently put some dye when dyeing it in the microwave. So keep your fingers clean.
Put a cloud on it,
here,
Jenny.
A cloud on it, absolutely.
I learnt that from a very good teacher.
On this particular one, we've got the scrunch. We've got little tiny
that's
tucks.
amazing.
Yes, the scrunch is really good because it's a controllable scrunch. We've got bushes made from a strip which you just scrunch up and a bit of fringing. You fringe afterwards and make a most wonderful mess. Your partner will not love you, nor will the carpet, nor will the dog.
Now that's like driving from Yorkshire to Lancashire. We go through that landscape.
Yes,
so
very
this is
much
what you
so.
can do with the instructions. You can create all these places that you've been to or that are in your head.
Correct. Or, if you live by the sea like I do, have a seascape. Oh. And yes, I have got the sails the right way round and at the right end of the boat. I did have to ask. If you don't want it that size, you could always make it a little bit bigger. There we have it bigger. And here's the sand with some very fine tucks on it. And again, a bit of fringing. And the ploughed field with its tucks. And then again, more scrunch there. Your hills in the background. Then if you wanted something totally different, this is part of Valley of the Gods, which is in Arizona. Some wonderful, wonderful mountains. And all this was done literally using the zip foot on your machine. And again, the scrunch, and again, more fringing. All of these were mounted onto a piece of board. But if you wanted a quilt, you could always bind it and
Jenny,
and there it is, all
that.
in sort of the same colours.
That's incredible.
Moving on from that and a little larger, put those to one side. If you wished and you had some of that photographic, yes, of course you can, that photographic paper, you could actually combine photographs, which I've done up here.
Oh, wow.
And many more textures down here to create the sea, the rocks, etc., etc.
That's so cool.
Thank you. So you can do this any size you like. And, of course, if you want a bit of texture, you can always add a bit of wadding or fluff.
Jenny, I've got to tell you, the director and producer are both going wild for that, and it takes a lot to impress them.
Right. So how do we do it? Okay, yes. You're going to need, and I find it very useful, to have a piece of lightweight sew-in interfacing underneath my various pieces I'm going to add, simply because you can actually draw your skyline on it. So you can only draw the skyline. You can't draw anything else on it simply because it gets covered up as you add the pieces. So draw in your mountain range, okay? I would then mount it onto a piece of wadding because it prevents the whole thing from cockling up. You can do it without any wadding underneath, but because of the weight of the pieces, the interfacing and indeed the things can distort. So mount it onto wadding, pin it onto the wadding.
Jan says, good morning, Jenny, by the way, from Portland.
Good morning, our Jan. She's from Royal Manor Workshops. And again, I've known Jan for a long time. So pin it onto your wadding. When you've done that, decide on the fabrics you're going to use for the sky. And it's entirely up to you as to how you arrange them. Now, top tip is I take the strips that we've given you and can you sling me a landscape? I don't mind.
Of course, yeah.
Lovely job. Thank you. You passed it to me. You didn't sling it to me. Right, so on your fabric, you have a collection of sky colours. Now, I've deliberately designed it so you can use the entire strip or you could use parts of the strip. You could, if you wanted to, just use the entire thing. Or cut it up into its strips and use it as the pieces in flip and stitch or quilt as you go. To do the quilt as you go, start off with one of the pieces. And forgive me using my fabrics, I didn't get one of these because it didn't arrive. I'm really annoyed about it. I was going to say a rude word, but I can't because I'm on the telly. So first strip goes down, right side up, and I just stitch it in place with a long strip, long stitch all the way along. Take your next colours, and maybe you might want to arrange these sort of off to one side and then put them down. And flip and stitch is done by putting two pieces right sides together, stitching along there and flipping it back. Now, think about stitch and flip. Think about angling them, because if you angle them, you'll get different shapes in the skies. Thank you. So literally add your various bits and pieces. You can add the whole bit or you can add small pieces. So build the sky up with stitch and flip. And you want to come down until you've covered the area that you consider to be the sky. So literally bring it down into the gap.
So you keep going below the mountains?
Below the mountains, a little bit below the mountains. Let's move that bit out the way in the time-honoured fashion, chuck it on the floor. So here we have another one where you can see I flipped and stitched, or flipped and stitched, whatever you say the past tense of that is, down to where the mountains are, and I've just covered the mountains. Now it's time to make the far distant hills.
Oh, yes.
And these I do.
Can they be dark satanic hills?
They can
Jenny?
be dark satanic hills.
I
You
love
could have
that line.
blacks. You could have anything you happen to fancy. These I do, matching thread preferably, but I've used white here so you can see what I've done, is fold your fabric any which way you like. Okay, you can angle it. Please don't do straight lines because you don't have straight lines in the far distant hills. And if you use your zipper foot, you can sew a really narrow little seam all the way along there. And because you're using a zipper foot, it won't distort the fabric very much. Take a fairly large lump, cut it up. For instance, if we go back to the one we've got here, our landscape, I might use the grey piece here, I might use one of the purpley bits here, and do a series of tucks, literally random. So if you're a raw beginner, you can wobble all over the place. And it doesn't really matter if you miss out a bit, just jump over it and continue. Oh, sorry, if my head in the way. You get overexcited. When you've done that, maybe you're going to use two colours also. You can arrange them in sort of hills, and they will go down. And you could stitch these in place, and I'll come to what you stitch, how you stitch them in place in a minute.
So they're almost sort of, you prepare the fabric off and then applique it in place. That's very clever. Those hills were alive.
They were indeed. So here we've got the hills done. And I've just stitched these down. You could use a small straight stitch, you could use a zigzag, you could use one of the blind hem stitches or a buttonhole stitch or anything you like. Now you might want to think about, got rather a lot of texture there. Let's have a bit of plain. So taking a lump of plain, you literally could just either tear it off or cut it out carefully if you're that way inclined. Let's just rip that. On your panel, you could do these sort of things. You could have a strip, and there's no reason why you can't fold it in a variety of different ways. So, okay, we've got that. What about a ploughed field? Now, I'll come to how you do the ploughed fields in just a moment. Let's have a bit of ploughed field in the background there. And there's my tuck.
Plough the fields and scatter.
Now, I might need a bit more green over here, and you've got plenty of
you're unmoved by my singing, Jenny. Normally people at least roll their eyes.
Then we're on a landscape, things tend to come down towards sort of the valley. So we could put a bit of green there. How about a bush? Right, a bush. We'll have a forest. Let's put a forest down there. Right, there's the forest. I'm going to hitch it up a little bit. And I'll again explain that in just a moment. Is that
scrunch?
That's the scrunch. Right, let's go for a bit more green coming in down here. There we go. And all these will be attached, literally flip and stitch. So you put them down and flip them back, cutting off any debris underneath, because you really don't want lumpy, bumpy bits in your landscape.
Right.
Coming a bit nearer. Let's have a bit of, let's have some mustard. Sorry, it's rape actually these days, a bit of that. And how are we going to finish it off? Oh, we could do with some fringing. Fringing's really easy to make, but you don't fringe it till afterwards. There's a bit of that. And what am I going to have now? These landscapes, I'm going to take that off and put a bit of the hedgerow in it, which is
What's
nothing
lovely,
more.
Jenny, is to see how you are building it up, and actually you can do all of that, take some pictures, walk away, come back and go, no, I'm going to rearrange it, and you can.
You absolutely.
You're not having to
totally
commit
that.
at all at this stage.
Let's have a bit of brown in under there, and I'm going to put a bit of fringing down the bottom and finish it off with a much lighter bit of green.
The fringing's my favourite.
Yes. Let's cover those pins up, because you don't see those pins, because then I'm going to do the magic bit. All right, so we've got that so far, and it looks a complete and utter mess. What you want to do is take your black fabric, and I frequently use these when I'm working, to frame the work, because once you start to frame
yes,
then
you really do see
you begin to see exactly how it's going to go together.
Oh, Jenny, let's just take a moment. That is really clever.
And it's just laying it down. Think about it. Take your pictures, as Stuart suggests, and put it together. But when you've done so, if you don't put something around it to isolate it, the brain sees all the rubbish.
Yep.
And you can't see. And indeed, when I'm working on a quilt, I'll very often put black around it to block out the carpet, the floor, the mess, the dust, the dog, the next door neighbour who happens to be there, or anyone like that, to see exactly what I'm looking at, and then see if you can get away from it. And of course, on the television, it's great because the camera's overhead and you can see right down on top of it. So that's basically how you could create it, and you will create what you like. So how do we do the various bits and pieces? Right.
Well, can I just read you a couple of messages, because this is great. Helen says, what a fab programme. Jenny is amazing. 100%.
Oh, that's nice.
Sue says, I was planning to do a seascape. I'll start again. I was planning to do a seascape with our craft group. Back to the drawing board. This is so much better than what I had planned. Well, get instructions for everybody in the class so they can all use Jenny's instructions, one each. That's okay though, right, Jenny?
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, if everyone's got a set of instructions, and then work together. I mean, it's lovely. And then as well, you can swap your fabrics as well, can't you?
And that's exactly what I do. When I'm teaching this class, I bring a big bag of scraps and say, help yourself, you give me a bit, I give you a bit, and that's what happens. But returning to a seascape, which I have in front of me, one very important thing. The sea will has to be parallel to the top of the picture. Sea does not run uphill or downhill. So make sure you get the sea on straight, or when you trim it off afterwards, make certain you cut the top of the picture parallel with the sea, all right? There's no reason why you can't literally combine the sea in with the folded hills, which could work something like, let's just find a piece of the folded hills, which I chucked on the floor. There we go. So if you were going to do that, you put down your hill at the back, find the bit of blue, which again went on the floor. There we go.
Your filing system,
My
Jenny.
filing system.
If I can't find it, it's probably on the floor.
Lay down the sea. And then you can bring another bit of it in front of it, so that you've got the sea going into whatever it is in that far distance.
Smuggler's cave.
A smuggler's cave. Or you could add a bit of sand or sea. You can do what you like, how you like. So the sky we've talked about is flip and stitch. We've talked about doing this with the zip foot. So you literally fold it any which way you like. Please avoid going straight, all right? So fold it and just do a fine line using the zipper foot. If you use the ordinary foot, sadly, using the ordinary foot, You can't easily see the edge. But if you have the zip foot on, you can just run the fabric down the inner edge of the zipper foot and do a really narrow little tuck. So tuck away for your far distant mountains. The scrunch.
Steph says, morning Jenny, what a clever lady. She teaches you so much.
Right, the scrunch. The scrunch will end up about 25% of the size of the fabric you start with, depending on how much you pull it up. To do the scrunch, I would suggest you have the fabric on the bottom bobbin filled with thread that matches the fabric. The top can be anything you like. You set your machine to do the longest stitch length possible. Do not do it with any other stitch. You can do it by hand, but the longest stitch length is much better. Now, funny story. When I first started this, I thought if I sewed across to the other side, I could pull the threads up. So I gaily sewed from one side to the other, cut my threads, and then I started pulling the threads up and watched with horror it coming out the other side. I thought, that's a bit silly. So why don't I sew a U shape down here, jump across up the other side? Then I could pull both threads at once. Then I thought, if I did the whole thing U shape, jump, sew back, jump, so there's a little loop here, cross, jump, jump. So each end I jump, that's carrying the thread, do not cut the threads, and then do the same thing in the opposite direction. I have loops I can pull up, and then you simply pull it up. So you take hold of the loop, and because you've got to loop both ends, you can pull it up as much as you like. Just ease it through there. And when you've pulled it all up in one direction, you can pull it up in another direction. The closer you do your lines of stitch, the more scrunch you'll get. The further apart you do them, the more lumps you'll get. So just pull it up that way as well. And then you want to pull it up in the other direction. And it's up to you how much you pull it up. Now, it's not a particularly stable piece of fabric, which is why I've left a reasonable edge around the outside, so I can actually then anchor it.
So a good inch all round.
A good inch, good half inch all round. Don't sew to the... And the other tip is, if you haven't used different colour thread, mark which side is the side you're pulling up, because if you pull up the other side, you'll lock the stitches. Okay, so you just literally pull it up. And as you can see, you've got the scrunch. And that can be put down in any which way you like.
It's very clever. It's one of those kind of seaweed-covered rocks, isn't it?
Yes, it could be anything. And you can pull it around. You can do what you like with it. So the scrunch can be anchored. Now, this is where embroiderists can really go to town, because you can add all sorts of things to that, and you can just catch it down in relevant places. So the closer you do the stitches, the more scrunch you get. The further apart you do the stitches, the more lumps you get. If you can't sew straight, does it matter? No. Just make sure you only pull up one side, because if you start to pull up the other side, then you're going to have a big problem, because the stitching will lock and you will have had it.
It's a very clever technique. Now, I was walking once on the beach in Sea Palling in Norfolk, and I was walking along the seashore, and I saw a starfish, and I couldn't believe my luck. You know, there was a starfish clinging to a rock, you know. Wow, it's so amazing, and I'm taking pictures, and... you know, wow, I've seen a starfish. And then I walked about 20 feet further on, and there were literally hundreds and hundreds of them around a rock. It's like, oh, okay. But you could do anything like that. Can you? Little embellishments,
yes.
embroidery?
I mean, you could add shells. If you've really been to the seaside, you can add shells. And, of course, you can put a boat in the background, as I think we showed you whenever. There we are, the boat in the background. So on this one, you've got your sea going into the hills there, the boat sitting on there, which I bonded on. We've got Bonder Web on the show. Might be useful for doing this. This was done with thin lines using the zip foot, and I just sort of scrunched them up afterwards. Here's your fringing. Now, when it comes to doing the fringing, you have to rip your fabric, all right? Whether you like it or not, girls and boys out there, you have to rip your fabric. Be brave.
Butch.
Rip it.
Be butch.
All right.
Bev asked a question. She says, morning to you both. Love the landscape projects today. Jenny, what kind of wadding do you use under the interfacing?
I tend to use whatever comes to hand. These were on a polyester wadding, because I have made this sample a wee while ago when I had quite a lot of polyester to use up. But very often these days, on the more modern landscapes that I've done since, I've used the 80-20, which we've got on the show. But you could use any wadding you liked. I would not use the really thick polyester wadding, because it'll be too much of a bounce. But you just want something to go underneath, so that it will support the sew-in interfacing, which is useful. So if you can see there, there's a sew-in interfacing. Didn't even bother to take the label off it.
Mary asks, could I use a pin tuck foot for the ridges?
Yes, of course you could do. And indeed, you could put something underneath the pin tuck foot. You can put a thin thread underneath it, which will give it a little raised effect. So the pin tucks work excellently. But try to remember to go off-piste with them, P-I-S-T-E, because you don't want it to look too regular. Right. So if we look at my sand here, I've tried to make it like the ripples you get on the beach when the tide goes out.
And that can be very challenging for some of us, can't it? If we're very sort of precise and like symmetrical, it can be a step away from that, which is a very good thing.
Yes. Throw it down, chuck it down. So coming to the ripped bits, you literally do need to rip your fabric. And you need to rip it both sides. So let me just tear this little bit. Because you want a ripped edge. You can't fringe it unless it's ripped. Wonderful. What I do then is fold it slightly off and then stitch down the outside edge here. So I've got a little sort of packet of it. If you combine several different ones together, so she's frantically looking for her bit with her, here's one she did earlier.
Is it on the floor, Jenny?
Probably. No, it isn't. I didn't throw that on the floor. In fact, here are several ripped bits together. Then, once you've stitched it in place and flipped and stitched it, I'm sure there must be a past tense of flipped and stitch, then you can sit with your needle and just pick out all the threads, and that'll give you a wonderful ripped effect and a lovely mess. But it has to be ripped. And you will find the fabric will always rip better across the weft, that's side to side from selvage to selvage, than it does down the warp. So make sure you tear across the weft. Right. The other thing to show you is the one that I've got on. Let's find the right landscape.
Steph asked, could you free motion it? The effect would be quite different.
You can do what you like to it.
Yeah, free motion would be lovely.
Oh.
Sandra says, oh my goodness, Jenny, these are absolutely amazing and beautiful.
Thank you.
Hey,
Thank you all
get
very
yourself
much.
some instructions or a kit. Wendy from Norfolk says, oh my word, I'm mesmerised. I've just rediscovered my sewing mojo. There you go.
Brilliant, brilliant.
Job done.
So if you wanted to do a large amount of that, which isn't necessarily the scrunch, I took a strip of fabric and gathered along both edges. What happens then, God, I'm getting a lovely, lovely mess, put it on this one, is I would stitch it down underneath here. So let me put some pins in it. I never give you enough big enough table. Now I get too carried away. So stitch it underneath here into the landscape. And then you can pull it up and over. And it can be caught down with a few hand stitches just to give it a really scrunched up effect.
It's fabulous.
All right, so that's how you do that. And the other last thing to show you, because we've still got the other thing to do, is your ploughed fields. Let's clear all this lot out of the way. When it comes to doing the ploughed fields, mark your fabric out at, say, 1-inch intervals. You're going to fold the fabric on a set of marks and sew a seam. And you don't even have to sew straight. None of you are entering a ploughing contest, are you? And what I would do with my ploughed fields is when I come to apply it, is take the ploughed piece, fold the edge of the fabric over so one tuck is visible, and apply it through the top stitching of that topmost tuck. So you've got a little edge there.
Oh, yeah.
When you've built the landscape up, it's fine, go to my, here's ones I did earlier, then it can be, borders can be added. And you can see on this one we've got some water, we've got our mountains, we've got our background fields, the scrunch, a bit of ruching in there, a bit of fringing in there, a bit of ruching down there, a bit of embroidery down the bottom. At this stage, it can either be backed with a board or with some wadding. When you understand the theory, of course, there's no reason why you couldn't do it all in one colour if you really wanted to.
Ooh.
So, you know, the landscape can be done how you like. It is literally up to you how you lay the pieces down. And on the panels we've got, you have got all the choice as to whether you use the cornfields, the beach, the grass, the ploughed fields, the heathery mountains, other various bits and bobs. The sky can be used as the sky, or it can be used as part of the sea, should you so desire. So it's all there on that panel.
Yeah.
You can use all of it, some of it, mix it with your own things. You can be creative.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. You've inspired a nation, Jenny. It's brilliant. I just think this seascape is This is my favourite. I just think it's absolutely exquisite, so beautiful, and it's using Jenny's very, very clever techniques. I love it. Now, let me just remind you of what we have. First off, we have got the sunshine panel. May I just grab that one back, please,
Which
Jenny?
one?
The sunshine panel.
Yes.
It's on the floor. It's on the floor. There it is. Thank you.
There you are. And
so
here's the
you're
other
getting
one.
your panel. I don't worry, fine, hands up. You're getting your sunshine panel. I'm going to hold this up so you can see it actually. Because look, there's all your textures, all of your colours. But also, absolutely, you've got some hand dye, some batik, some tone-on-tones. You could even put a little bit of floral fabric in there if you wanted some little ready-made flowery hedges, I don't know. You've got 1/2 metre of black and you've got your instructions, full instructions, which I think are going to keep you inspired for years. Absolutely brilliant. Get your mojo back. So that's your sunshine. We've also got sunset, which has been most popular, Ben. Sunset, this has been our most popular. Only by a few, though. You still get your 1/2 metre of black. And wasn't it clever when Jenny cut out the black strips and put them around? Suddenly, you could see it. Brilliant. It was like when I was a school teacher and we used to sort of mat and layer the children's artwork. It was suddenly like, wow,
Yeah,
that's
it makes
gorgeous.
a huge difference.
Yeah, it makes such a difference. And then you also, of course, get your instructions for $24.99. Great price, so inspiring. Right, if you want the instructions on their own, we've got you covered. Physical instructions, neck and neck actually, physical and digital. Physical pattern, $9.99. It's a whole workshop, isn't it? It's a whole workshop with Jenny Raymond for $9.99. And then if you want digital instructions, we'll give you the details for them. And it's instant payment, instant download. Lynn says, oh, what a fantastic idea. So clever. Well done, Jenny.
Thank you.
Right. That is project number 1. I mean, look at that. We said 22.
Yeah, we did indeed.
We've got
Yes.
30 seconds to play with. What should we do? I know. Let's talk about the lattice now. Again, super, super clever. Really, super clever technique, this. So we've got the texture, the lattice. Let's do amongst the woods, first of all. Amongst the trees, almost like stained glass.
Well, it's what it's meant to be, because it's a design that I came up with some years ago called Crossing Over the Tucks. It's basically large fat tucks done on one piece of fabric, and then the picture is inserted into it.
So this is not sashing, sewn, all stitched together to create this framework.
No, it's tactile and textural.
Very, very clever technique. So there's your base picture that you're going to cut into squares and insert. There's your fabric to create your... Now, this is midnight, so this is a really, really dark blue. I've literally just been using this for a quilt.
Yes, it's a lovely, it's not black.
No.
Just that little edge of black, which is good.
Yeah, really inky blue. So you've got your instructions for lattice windows, you've got your picture, and you've got, is that a metre? A metre of midnight solid, $24.99. Again, it is a workshop, really, isn't it? In total, a workshop with Jenny for $24.99. So that's project 1. And there's that gorgeous picture again. So much dimension in there, isn't there? Second option is winter morning. So this time you've got a metre of black solid, you've got your instructions, of course, and then, now we were talking, weren't we, Jenny, about the way you could use this technique for Christmas.
Yes.
Look at that.
Yes. And again, the idea behind the design is once you've realised how you do it, you can put that picture in, you can add to it, because it's set into the frame.
Yes. Yes, remember, you're not cutting lots of strips of black and making, little sashings. It's a very clever folded and tucked technique. So that's that, again, $24.99. And then our most popular one, actually, is the Sea at Sunset.
And that's lovely, lovely picture.
It is great.
Yes.
So you've got your sunset, beautiful. You've got your frame in this gorgeous pink. And then you've got your instructions, again, from Jenny to create your tucks and pleats. Now, if you'd like the pattern on its own, you can get it. Physical pattern, $9.99. Thank you. Physical instructions, $9.99. Already hundreds of you have gone for this. And if you want a digital version, then you need these details. Same price, but an instant payment, instant download. Sandra says, I've just made myself a holiday postcard made of fabric based on the views from our cabin. I will certainly use Jenny's tips and techniques when making the next one. Thank you. Well, make sure you get your pattern.
Yeah, and send us a picture.
Yes. Right, a little demo.
Right, over to me then. Okie dokie. Right, when we come on to lattice windows, it gives you in the instructions making it either from a 24-inch square of black or a 27-inch square of black. Doesn't matter what size you choose, but if you're going to have the 27-inch, you mark the sides out at 9-inch intervals. If you're going to have the 24-inch, you mark the sides out at 8-inch intervals. What is a very good idea is to, having marked all 4 sides out at the relevant measurement intervals, is to fold it diagonally on the right side and press it, which is a good idea, or in my case, I've drawn a chalk line across it because in the flat light of the studio, you can't always see the creases. I've done the same thing diagonally from the next set of marks and from the other ones over there. So I've got 5 lines running across the fabric, because what you are now going to do, and remember your fabric will be right side up, not that the black or the navy or the cerise has a right side, is you're going to fold it on that chalk mark or that crease, pin it, find the pins, and draw a line 3/4 of an inch from the fold. Put your pins in at right angles to the stitching because it'll hold the fabric and keep them out of the way of the stitching, because we don't sew over pins, do we? No, miss. When you've done that, using some form of a ruler, in fact the long ruler we've got on the show is ideal, is you're going to draw a line 3/4 of an inch away from that fold using some form of chalk, pen, chalk marker, I don't mind, whatever it is. When you've done that, you're going to sew all the way along that line. All you've got to do is hit the line. Having done it on that mark, you're going to do exactly the same thing on these sets of marks. Fold it and sew 3/4 of an inch. And you're going to do it here, you're going to fold it and sew 3/4 of an inch. When you've done one side of the center, you're going to open it out and do exactly the same thing on the other side. Fold it on the crease or the drawn line, and so fold it on the crease or the drawn line. And you'll end up with something that'll look a little bit like the one what I have here on the floor with that. It'll look a little bit like this. Your colour of thread will not matter in the slightest, because it's actually not going to show. Having got it to this stage, all these fat tucks need to be pressed open and flat. Now, you may have in your stash somewhere things called bias bars. These things, they come in plastic or they come in metal. Or you maybe have gone to one of our local coffee shops and picked up 1 or 2 coffee stirrers, because they're equally as good. Or thin knitting needles or anything you like, because these make life so much easier for inserting up the orifice here, and then opening that tuck and squashing it flat and even over the seam. So all 5 tucks get squashed flat and even over the seam. To show you what it's going to look like, and this is a slightly smaller sample with not quite so many tucks on it, it will look something like this one here. Flattened tucks, and it'll be a really, really, really funny shape. Having done it there, what it will pay you to do is to draw very faint lines, again, from corner to corner, and from mark to mark. Now, the thing you must not do at any point in time is undo these carefully pressed tucks. And the little mark you can just see there and just see there. So draw your lines, and you'll have 5 lines. There's only 3 on this piece. When you've drawn the lines, you will never guess what you're going to do now. What do you think you're going to do now, Stuart? You're going to fold it on the
guess.
Fold it on the lines. Now, top tip, it will pay you to put pins in these neatly pressed tucks, because if you don't, as you sew across this side, the wretched thing turns over on the back. So pin it, all right?
Yeah.
When you've pinned it, I'm going to draw a line how far away?
3/4 of an
3/4 of an inch. By George, he's got it. So again, it's exactly the same technique. And the one thing I do have to say to you is, when you come to the little ones here, where you've got your marks, you fold it on the marks. Okay, it'll look most peculiar. Have faith, all right? I've not lost a block like this yet. When you've done all that, you're going to press the entire thing, and it'll end up looking something like this one. Let's just find the relevant one. There it is. So we've now got a grid.
Oh, and it's square again.
And it's square again.
Hurrah! Do you know, I love that look. Even, I mean, if you did that just in like a cream or a white, it would just be a lovely texture for a cushion, wouldn't it?
Oh, totally. I mean, you can do as many tucks as you like, but I've often done this. And then, of course, under here, you can tuck various things. Yeah. Now, you then take the relevant landscape that you've chosen. And what I suggest you do is measure the space between your little windows. So measure it. Because if you're doing 24 inches, it's probably going to work out to about 3.5 inches. If you're doing the 27-inch one, it's round about 4 to 4.25. It will depend on your pressing and your idea of 3/4 of an inch. When you've had a quick measure, I would suggest you cut off on the back, cut off all of the edging round the panel that you've chosen. Draw a line right the way across the centre, which is why this long ruler is really useful. Then draw lines diagonally the width of whatever size of square you need. So if you want 4.25, you do 4.25, 4.25. Ditto on the other side, turn it round and do that. So you'll end up with a grid. Now, I have cut the grid diagonally, because if you don't and you cut it the other way, something happens. Now, I decided I would make a textured landscape, and I would cut it up, and I put it into this particular design, and I didn't think. Now, if we go to the one that's on the wall behind Stuart, this is over there. There it is. I think we're going to actually get it. There we go. Notice that hangs straight. And that hangs straight because I cut the landscape diagonally.
On the diagonal.
I gaily cut my cleverly pieced textured landscape using the techniques we just talked to you about, and I cut it into squares, and I have to now...
Oh, I see.
Right. So that is the reason why we are cutting things diagonally, is unless you want to hang it on point, then you have to cut it diagonally, all right? Knew that would make everybody smile.
But you still finished it, Jenny.
Oh, I've done the landscape.
Yeah.
What it will pay you to do is, having drawn the lines, is number the pieces. Now, top tip. Turn it around the right way. You can see it. Number them anti-clockwise, because that piece is going to come out and go there in your design, all right? So when you have numbered them, put that to one side. These are all things I learnt the hard way. So number 1, because it says number 1 on the back, will go into that little space. Okie dokie.
Oh, look, it just needs tucking
in. You just tuck it in. See, so when you've tucked it in, under there, I've got cold fingers. Tuck it in there. Number 2 will go in there. Number 3 will go in there. Number 4, this is the sunset one. Okay, make sure we hit it the right way up. Number 5, there we go. Number 6 is in there. And you can see.
Oh, Jenny, I love it.
It's good, isn't it?
It's like, it's like a totally different take on cathedral window.
Yes, yes.
Isn't it?
Yep. Now, that's interesting, because what can happen is when you stitch them all in, let's get them around the right way. There we go. And the fact that's missing a tiny bit on the bottom doesn't matter, because it's going to get tucked right inside that. Once you tuck them underneath all the flaps, you can then stitch round. Now, how you choose stitch round is entirely and utterly up to you. I would tend to use something like a little buttonhole stitch or the blind hem stitch or one of the little applique stitches. And so right the way around, as you can see on this one, so right the way around each of the windows. Now, what I decided was easier to do, and I tried both ways with this particular picture and indeed the one I've got in front of me, was it better to go up and down all the lines, or was it better to go around the squares? It actually was better to sew all the way down and jump over the tucks rather than go round each square. Now, you might find it a little bit easier if you put a bit of Bondaweb behind the pictures just to hold them in place. Okay. Now, coming on to a textured twiddle, once you've got them all stitched in place, add your border, and there's plenty of black to be able to add a border. And of course, you could, if you wanted to, is always manipulate these outside pieces, or if you haven't stitched these sections down, they will roll. Now, when you understand the technique, you could put the picture that you bought in there, or you could do something like broderie purse, which is on this one here, where you lay in, say, some blue, maybe a bit of net, cut out lots of flowers, lay them on top of the blue, lay the net on top. These are not glued in, they're only held in with the net. And indeed, I've embellished it with those flowers that were on the textured landscape one, which are nothing more than literally draw around a flower onto wadding and you zigzag around the outside edge. So here again, you might notice I've rolled back those edges, so you could put any picture you liked in there. Yep. One of our lovely pictures, or you could do anything your heart happened to fancy, but just remember to cut them on the diagonal or you'll be hanging it on point.
Yes. Well, this is the thing. You learn most by making a mistake,
you do
don't
indeed.
you?
Yes.
And you hopefully only ever make it once.
Yes. I think that's superb.
Another amazing technique from Jenny Raymond there. Superb. We always learn so much. Now, grab yourself some instructions while we have them. This is Lattice Windows by Jenny Raymond. You could do this as a quilt, couldn't you? If you did quilt as you go, you could do lots of blocks and then join them.
Or you can do it any size you like, and the tucks can be any size you like as well. I only did them 3/4 of an inch because I thought an inch tuck did look a little bit heavy, but I wouldn't go any less than 3/4 of an inch because you haven't got enough to tuck the picture underneath. So you just need that little bit of extra on top to be able to insert the picture underneath and then stitch it down. And you could, if you wanted to, play with the little buttons in the middle here and gather them up. You know, it's up to you. You can do what you like, how you like. The background is a series of big, fat, squashed tucks. And if you haven't got any bias bars, then I suggest you go and have several cups of coffee.
What a lovely idea.
Yes, what the coffee or several.
Fiona says, this is about your error. It's not an error, Jenny. It's a Jackanory window. I love it. Right, let's give you the details for the digital download of the instructions. Lattice Windows, digital, because you might well want to just get cracking with this today. It's a really cool technique. $9.99, digital download. Fabulous. Absolutely fabulous. Jenny, you're always so inspiring.
Thank you. Except when I do things wrong.
Well, but even that's inspiring because actually set on point, it looks really cool. It looks fabulous.
Yes, but that wasn't what I meant to have happen.
But equally, you could put setting triangles on the corners.
You know, if you had taken this and then added, as Stuart said, setting triangles on the corners, and you could have done all sorts of wonderful things with it. Yes, I could have done that. I choose to make you all laugh, though.
You were just in a mood by the time you'd done it. Oh, just get it
had
finished.
enough. Right, forget it.
Did that end up on the floor?
Probably.
Oh, Jenny, an hour with you is not enough. Agreed? Well, that's okay, because in 1 hour's time, Jenny is back to show us how to make the amazing Ring-a-Rosy quilt that's hanging behind her. It's gorgeous, glorious. Absolutely beautiful. Thank you, Jenny.
Thank you.
Amazing hour. Right, we'll see you in a couple of minutes. I've got some amazing tools. Don't forget, check out your baskets on those Knit Pro interchangeable kits while we still have them.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Ever heard of a design roll? It's a bundle of pre-cut fabric strips, each typically 2.5 inches wide and the full width of the fabric. Design rolls are made up of coordinating prints and colours, making them perfect for quilts, patchwork or other strip sewing projects. No cutting or matching needed, just unroll and start creating. Design roll, a simple way to bring your project to life. Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy, just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy, just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers, by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
I've got the glasses ready, so you know it's going to get serious. Oh, this is seriously beautiful. Hello, Christmas. Look at that. This is the Knit Pro interchangeable circular knitting needle set. And this is Ginger Regal. I mean, it's absolutely stunning. Can't wait to show you round this. It is really beautiful. Most importantly, you've got 11 different sizes of interchangeable needles here. If you've never seen interchangeable needles before, the basic idea is you've got the important bit, which is the tip, you know, that you're actually going to be knitting with. And then on the ends, you've got some little screws, basically. Then what you do is you've got interchangeable cables that also have screws at either end. You select the size that you want to work with, and I'll go through the sizes in just a second. You screw them on. It's really easy to put together. Okay, so put one side on and the other side. The other benefit of using these long circular needles is, of course, that the weight of your knitting is distributed beautifully. So if you find having all of your needles, all of a heavy garment on one side, rather unwieldy, this distributes the weight. So, of course, you can knit circular if you want to, you know, knit the whole body of a tank top or jumper. I've just done that, actually. It was really fun and so much easier and lovely not to sew up. But equally, you can knit flat. So I do all my flat knitting on circulars. You just knit from one side and then turn around and knit back the other way. So you can do both. And it distributes the weight beautifully. Now, the other thing that you've got included is like a little key in here, which I'm just going to grab out. You've loads of accessories, actually. And this little key, here we go, looks like this. Can you see that? Here we go. There it is. And all you do is, when you put your interchangeable pins on, you push that, there's a little hole, you stick that through the hole like that, okay, and then one way to loosen, the other way to tighten, and all you do, if you hold that and just push slightly, it'll just tighten it up enough that you won't get any catching, it's completely smooth, and it's not going to come apart. And then when you're ready to change them, you put that back in, and it just gives you that extra torque. Listen to me talking like an engineer. A little bit of extra torque. Lovely. Right. Now let's talk about the sizes of needle, because that's really important. Lengthwise, all of these needles are 5 inches long. Okay, they're all 5 inches long. And you then get, now we're talking millimetres here, 3.5, 4, 4.5, 5, so that's double knit Narran. 5.56, that's chunky, 7, 8, 9, 10 and 12. So we've got super chunky and bulky. So we've got all of those different sizes that we could work with. You've also got 6 cable keys. That's what I use to screw and unscrew with. You've got 12 end caps, so these are clever. So the end caps you're going to use, so say for example, you need to leave 30 stitches on a needle for the back neck. Now normally you'd have to either use a cable needle or stitch holders or something like that. But what you can do is, you've got your stitches on your cable. And remember, you get 6 cables. You've got these little caps. Can you see here? Got these little caps. And all you do is you screw these onto the end. So you've got that on one end, same thing on the other end, and now your knitting isn't going anywhere. If you're travelling, if you're taking your knitting on a plane and you want to just keep it secure, you just put the ends on. They are brilliant, absolutely brilliant. I only use interchangeable needles now, unless I'm knitting socks, and then I use DPNs. But you can use these for knitting socks as well, because you can knit circular. Now you've loads of different cables. I'm going to grab these out and show you. There's such a lot in this set. It's like, you know, one set forever. It really is. You've got all these different cables, and they come in various different lengths. Okay. So if you're knitting something small, like a beanie hat, yeah, or socks, for example, and you're using magic loop, great. But equally, if you want a really, really long cable, you've got these cable connectors, okay? So you put your cable connector here and here, and you've a number of these cable connectors, okay? So you screw that together. You'll also have noticed, I'm sure, that there's a little hole in there, just like with the others, so you can put your pin in and twist it to tighten or to loosen. And now you've got a super long cable. So in the past, you may have had to buy lots and lots of different individual needles and even ones with different lengths of cable permanently attached. With this interchangeable set, you truly can customize your needles to suit you and your project. Now, let me show you the board. There's so much to this set, there really is. I've just lost a cable connector. Thanks, Kat. You've also got stitch markers. Thank you. Brilliant. You've got your cable connectors, all those different cables. You've got a pocket to keep everything in on the front. So I'm just going to put everything back where it belongs so I don't lose anything. Loads of different accessories here. I've had my set for years. It's not going anywhere. I'm never going to need to change it. It's cool. And Knit Pro are just fabulous. Look on the back. Now here on the back, you've got a magnetic strip, okay, and you've also got these magnets here. So if you're working from a chart, maybe colour work, maybe cables, you can put your chart on here, you can hold it in place, you can mark your line, or you can just sort of block out where you've already gone. Very, very useful. The whole thing then just folds up into a wallet. Anne from Cambridge says, I've had Knit Pro interchangeables for years. I love them and rarely use straights now. They're lovely and smooth and much better on your hands. Anne, totally agree with you, Anne. The other thing is my knitting speed has gone through the roof with shorter needles. I used to be a thrower, you know, where you let go every time. With short needles, you can literally hold them in your hands like this and flick. So it's so much faster, you know, so much faster than letting go and, you know, goodness me. Give it a try. Give them a try. They're absolutely great. And it's on split pay. Now, my set of Knit Pro needles that I got was probably about 10 years ago, and they were about £120. We're talking about now £89.99 and 2 split pays. So it's a great time to buy them. And like I say, you'll buy one set and they really will last you forever if you look after them. Got a few Knit Pro things to show you. I'm just going to pop this to one side for now. I've still got a little cable connector attached to that one. I'll pop that to one side. Now, this one here, essentially the same. Let me make sure I get the right one. Just a minute. 11, right. So this is the Regal interchangeable in the red, yeah? Right, so in this one, now essentially the difference between this and the previous one, for the most part, is that the needles are 4 inches long instead of 5 inches long. So they're slightly shorter. It doesn't make a huge difference. Okay, smart, isn't it? Really gorgeous. You are getting 11 needle tips. So you get 3.5, same sizes basically as the last one, 3.5, 4, 4.5, 5, 5.5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 and 12. You get your magnetic board, you get your pocket, you can fix it up easel style. Ah, Lisa from Leicestershire says, I've had my Knit Pro needles for 15 years and they're still as good as new. They are, they're fabulous. Look after them. You've got your fabulous wallet to keep them in. And you've always got every size you need. And rather than having to carry around a big bag with great long pins in, you've got the important bit, which is the tip. And then you've got your interchangeable cables. This one comes with 8 end caps, 4 cable keys. You get 4 cables that create lengths. You can join them together, so you have 50 centimetre and 40 centimetre cables. But you can screw them together, remember, to make 100 or more. You've got them added to the tips as well, of course. They are absolutely fab, absolutely fab. And you can see there you've got stitch markers, end caps. You've got your pins for locking the mechanism. Split pay again, $89.99. 2 split pays, $44.99 per month. I think once you've tried Knit Pro, that'll be it. Absolutely gorgeous. Now then, I have got... Oh, I'm not very good at that, am I? So this is the Grande Special interchangeable needle set. So this one, now, I would say that this would be my top recommendation for really one reason, well, 2 reasons, and that's 2 extra pin sizes, and they're important ones. So you've actually got your 3.25 in this one. You don't get the 3.25 in the other sets. You also get a 3.75. Now the 3.25, any double knitters out there will know, this is the size we're going to use for ribbing on double knit. Yeah, you're going to use the 3.25 to create your ribbing around your cuffs, your neckline, and around the base ribbing on a sweater or a cardigan on double knit yarn. So that they are really, really important. You've also got your 3.75, which is useful if you knit with quite a loose tension. Because if you knit with quite a loose tension and you're knitting with double knit, then you're probably going to use the 3.75s to knit the body of your sweater rather than the 4 mil, which will just tighten up your tension a little bit. But as always, do a tension square. These are very, very, very limited in quantities, by the way. And look, it's such a clever way that it works. It's just, you've got these long loops at the back, right here, and you just fold it up, and there's some lovely wooden toggles. Everything about this is lovely quality. Pop it through the toggles. We'll just open that out. It's box fresh, so it's a bit springy and lively. There we go. And now you've got that easel all set up, so you can access your chart at the back, all of your needles at the front, and then you can get into your pocket there as well. Absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? And yeah, for an extra £10, you do get those 2 extra sizes, the 3.25 and the 3.75. And these are absolutely beautiful. If you've ever used Knit Pro needles, they're so smooth to work with. They just feel absolutely gorgeous in your hands. And they are amazing quality, absolutely amazing. Right, that's that one. Now, I've got 2 small sets. I've got a knitting and I've got something for crocheters, of course. Let's start with the knitting. This is the last little set. How cute is this? Dainty little purse. Again, from Knit Pro. Now, this is really rather special. Oh, hello. We've got silver and rose gold. We've got our end caps. We've got our stitch holders. We've got a wool needle. And we've got our tightening pins. Okay, so they're all in there. And then if we go into the main body of the bag, we have got, oh, look at that, silver and rose gold, coloured, obviously. And then we've also got some instructions, and then we've got our cables. Now, here's the thing with this set. This set's been designed for doing small and delicate projects. So you've got these short cables, okay? So we might use these for something like socks or finishing something fine and delicate. Gloves, yeah, gloves definitely. Okay, so my friend Mary knits a lot of socks and she knits them all on short cables, so you don't have to do magic loop, okay? I am just going to check and see if the cable connectors will work with these. I suspect they will. Yeah, they do. They're a standard size, you see. So if you wanted to increase the size, you don't get any cable connectors included with this. But look. So there we go. Now I've got, do my beanie hat. And don't worry that this is straight here, by the way. Don't think, well, how on earth do you knit round that? Because actually you're just knitting here with these at the front. This is just holding your stitches. Yeah, you just push it all around and keep knitting. And we're not stopping at £74.99. £55.99. That is a rather beautiful mini bouquet. Mini bouquet. It's lovely. I love the rose gold and the silver. Now, I haven't told you the sizes of pins that you get. And I'm hoping, Ben, that you can tell me, because it doesn't say here. Let me put my glasses on and we'll just see if we've got... I mean, just for reference, everything is printed on the needles anyway, okay? So you get a 3mm, that's your smallest size, 3.5, 3.75, 4, 4.5, 5, 5.5 and 6. Smashing. Those are lovely, aren't they? Really, really gorgeous. And now, I have only got teens of this one. This is rather special, rather beautiful. And like I say, if you've got cable connectors, or you can buy cable connectors, you can extend the length of that to make it even more useful. Right, keep checking out on that. Right, let's talk crochet. Now, we don't often have really lovely accessories for crocheters. And one of the things about crochet is it's a very low sort of cost hobby, but this is beautiful. This is interchangeable hooks, and we're not staying at $44.99. We're going to drop the price to $37.99. Now, same principle here. You've got 7 different sizes of crochet hook here. with one interchangeable handle. Now, let me just tell you the different sizes that we've got here of crochet hook. Again, it's all printed. You've got the 2mm, 2.5, 3, 3.5, 4, 4.5 and 5. So everything from a 4-ply yarn up to an Aran weight, all covered. So if you love Janie Crowfoot's incredible crochet blankets, or any kind of crochet, amigurumi, toft, again, you can do the fingering sock weight, you can do DK, and you can do Aran. You've also in there got a tape measure, rather beautiful. You've got scissors. You've got stitch markers. And you may be thinking, Stuart, where is my little pin for tightening everything up and how do I do it? Well, you can't. There isn't a little hole. There's something far cleverer than that. Let me show you. So you might have been thinking, what on earth is this for? Well, this is your extra grip. So what you're going to do is you can hold this and it grips it so tightly. You don't need fantastic manual dexterity in order to tighten that up enough that it's not going to go anywhere. And then when you come to untighten, just away you go. Isn't that clever? And again, something really beautiful for crocheters, because I do think crocheters get a bit of a raw deal sometimes. It's like, where's all the lovely stuff for crocheters? Well, you know, apart from the gorgeous patterns and yarn, here is the rather special rose gold edition of the Knit Pro interchangeable crochet hooks. Loads of you with that in your basket. And look, it's a very, very gorgeous case to keep everything in too. It's lovely, isn't it? And I think as well, you know, Christmas, birthday. If you've got a crocheter in your family, it's quite hard to find them something really lovely. Well, I think we've just solved that problem. Laura's got in touch. She says, morning, Stuart and team. I have this crochet set and just love them. It's a nice size to hold. I think that's, thanks, Laurie. I think that's a really important point. Comfy in your hands. Because the comfier they are in your hands, the longer you will feel like crocheting for, right? Most of us stop knitting or crocheting because our hands are getting tired. So the more comfortable we can be, the more we can enjoy our craft. Right, now, something that's a bit of a special is our bobbin winder. Now, this is from Hemline. And brilliant piece of kit. And it doesn't really matter what size bobbins you want to fill here. And it doesn't matter if you've got Benina or Elna or Brother or Dukey or whatever you're working on. You pop your bobbin on there, you thread up. You've got a mast here as well, so that if you're using your larger spools, you absolutely can. And then it's literally press the button and wind that bobbin up. There it goes. Now there's actually a little light detector so that when it gets to the end, and that is winding absolutely beautifully, and look at that, automatically stops. Now, this is battery powered. Or you can charge it via USB. You need your own cable and plug, but it's lovely actually that you've got that option. I would prefer that to a battery, personally. I like rechargeable things. We do have another brand that is only battery powered. I rather like the fact that you can USB charge this. Let's just talk about the price. Should be $37.99. I'm going to make your day. Our other brand, battery powered only, we do sometimes drop to $19.99. but it sells out at the higher price. This is the hemline version. Whenever this comes back in stock, it absolutely flies out. Very giftable, and great to take around with you to workshops and classes. Who likes unthreading their machine to wind a bobbin? Hands up now. Who enjoys it? I don't see any hands up. No. And we hate having to stop what we're doing. Also, this encourages you to wind lots of bobbins up prior to starting your project. And that way, if you do run out of a bobbin, you can just grab the next one and away you go. This is also, you know, it's one of those tools that does one job and does it really, really well. It's fab. Absolutely fab. And it is flying out. Now, just need to let you know, there are nearly 40 of you with this in your basket, and I am afraid I don't have anything like that number. We started with a good stock. I'm down to less than 20 now. Remember, this should be $37.99. Oh, nearly 50 of you with it in your basket now. It should be $37.99, but we have dropped the price to $19.99 just for today. And remember, it doesn't matter if your bobbin is Singer, Benina, Elna, Brother, Janome, Dukey, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And it doesn't matter whether you're using regular bobbins of thread or king cones. You can use those too. Fab. Battery powered, single figures now, battery powered or USB chargeable. I'll just show you, look, there's your USB port. Just pop your USB charger. I've got 6 left, just to let you know. 60, nearly 60 of you with it in your basket. Okay, so if you want to grab this, you'll need to be very quick. Last 5 bobbin winders, $19.99. 3 left. 3 left. And of course, everything packs down and goes into the case. 1 left. 1 left. Don't let it sit there. 1 left. It's gone. It's gone. It's gone. Right. Well done if you managed to get that. Smashing. Right. Let's talk sewing machine needles. I've got a little bundle here. Now, you know how much I bang on about changing your needle and using the right needle for the job, but it's because I love you and I want you to be successful in what you do. And changing your needle, I don't have shares in needle companies, but it's about quality work. Okay, right, so what you've got here is you've got some universal machine needles, size 75, 4 of them. These are titanium. So these aren't your regular needles. These are longer lasting. I can't really say how much longer, but they're going to be fantastic and great for piecing, woven, dressmaking. You've also got a pack of 6 heavy needles. So these are sizes, just one size, 110. So that's a really super heavyweight. If you were making something like your own jeans or you're making bags with heavy fabrics, thick corduroys, denims, faux leathers maybe, excuse me, tapestry, that kind of thing. Brilliant. Then you've got some nice sharp needles. You've got quilting needles. These are size 80. What makes them quilting? You've simply got a slender, very sharp point. Basically, they're strong, but they're also very sharp, and they're designed to go through multiple thick layers. So they're going to be great for quilting because they're just going to go straight through the thick quilt sandwich. They're also really good for things like lighter bag making and dressmaking, where you're perhaps top stitching as well. Right, then you've got sharps. Machine needle, size 80. Again, I would use these for patchwork piecing, for general sewing. They're just nice and sharp, slim, sharp point. Good for invisible machine applique as well. Then you've got machine needles, heavy. These are 100. These are a hem stitch. Oh, now then. I say, single hem stitch blade on the side of the needle cuts a narrow hole in the fabric, creating popular heirloom style decorative stitching. Oh, I like the sound of that. That's rather fun. Then you've got embroidery. Now, embroidery needles have a deeper scarf, basically what the thread sits through to protect it. So it means that your metallic and your rayon and your embroidery threads that you want to do maybe quilting with or decorative stitching won't shred and break. And then we've got leather needles. Now these are 110. These have a special cutting edge on the tip. So these really are only for sewing leather with. You do not need to use these if you're sewing pleather or PU or faux leather. Okay, they'll just weaken the fabric. But if you're sewing real leather, these are the things you need. Now, should be $25.43. I think we're going to do a little bit of a special price. Never been reduced before, ever. Thank you very much. £4 off. $21.43. These are a little bit like the cream fabric that we had earlier on, in the sense that, you know, they're not fancy, they're not decorative, they're not particularly beautiful. Do we all need them in our lives? Oh yes, 100 times over. These are the things that are going to make our projects superior. These are the things that are going to make our projects successful, which is actually what we want. You can use all the beautiful fabric in the world, but you need to have quality needles and change them regularly. Almost all my stock's in baskets. So if you want to grab these, it's a really good time to buy them actually with £4 off. And these are your speciality needles. I mean, the only one that you might buy beyond this is a jersey needle if you do stretch fabrics. Now, I don't really do very much dressmaking, so I wouldn't need that. So these are perfect. The hem stitch would encourage me to try some of the stitches on my machine, those decorative heirloom stitches. Patchwork, 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 quilting, bag making, it's all the things I do. It's all the things I do, and it's probably all the things you do. 69p a needle. The other thing as well, actually, it's about protecting your machine. And it doesn't matter whether you spent £75 on your machine or, you know, £7,500 on your machine. The needle going through your fabric needs to be quality. And it needs to be fresh, it needs to be sharp, it needs to be changed, and it needs to suit the job or the thread that you're doing. So remember, speciality threads, embroidery, metallic, holographic, glow in the dark. There's all sorts of fun threads, those. But you can also use these for quilting, okay? Quilting needles. But look how slim and sharp the point is. Beautiful patchwork piecing with these as well. Machine needle set size 75, perfect for patchwork piecing, but these are titanium, so these are going to last longer. I am titanium. All right, sharps, invisible machine applique, quilting, piecing. Universal heavy machine needles for bag making, heavy hem stitch, this is your decorative, and then your leather as well. How many baskets, Ben? Oh, okay, I'm going to be totally transparent. There's 31 of you with it in your basket, and I've got 28 bundles left. So not enough for everyone, but most of you can get your needles. Right, okay, let's talk Swedish pattern tracing paper. Now, Lauren Guthrie launched this amazing product with me a couple of months ago. This is a very, very special kind of pattern paper. So it's much, much more robust than regular pattern tracing paper. It's actually made out of banana leaf fibre, which is the same kind of stuff that wedding hats are made out of. Actually, yeah. Now, why do we need pattern paper that's robust? Well, I mean, it's fairly obvious, I suppose, in lots of ways. Your pattern pieces are going to last for much longer, okay? If it's a pattern that you make a lot, or you're a bit heavy-handed with your patterns, then trace them off, multiple sizes, and they'll last for ages. But look, this picture hints at what you can do. You can actually sew it. You can sew this paper. So what you can do is you can cut out the size that you think you need. You can sew it together. I would use the longest stitch on your machine. Okay, sew the pattern pieces together, say of the bodice. You don't need to put the sleeve on necessarily. And then try it on. And then if you want to make some adjustments, make the adjustments, pin it, sew it, try it on again, and then you can draw a line on your sewing line, pull the thread out, and trim away. You can then cut your pattern from your toile, but your toile is your paper pattern. I mean, that alone is absolute genius. This is a 10-metre roll, so if you've never tried it before and you're thinking, well, I'll give it a go, but I don't want to commit to buying a massive, 30-metre roll, this is the best way. It's $17.95. It's absolutely brilliant stuff. You can trace off your original patterns. You can also, for example, if you've got Helen Rhiannon's book on making your own, cutting your own patterns, you need to make a 12. This is the ideal stuff because you can cut your pattern pieces, you can sew them, you can try them on, you can pull them apart, and they're going to fit you beautifully. And that's the point, isn't it? Really clever stuff, that. Now, another thing that loads and loads of you within your basket, I need to let you know as well about this. This is our only option that we've got, okay? I don't know when Lauren's coming back in with any more, so this is our only available stock, the 10-metre rolls. So if you want to get involved and try this product out, this is a great time. Best way to do it right now. Okay, the other thing that Lauren brought in, which I thought was just brill, is my Pattern Archive envelope pack. Now, what you've got here, it's a set of 10, and this is to keep your dressmaking pattern and your Swedish tracing paper toiles, photographs, notes, and you've got concertina style. So you've got a massive space. Now you might have one of the big 4 pattern, patterns in your collection. They never go back in the envelope, which is that size. You need one this size, and they'll all go in. It's also got sticky tape at the top so you can seal it up if you want to for longer term storage. You get a set of 10 of these, and of course you can put a separate pattern in each one, in your size, and then of course maybe put a picture, photograph, or a photocopy of the artwork from the pattern on the front, and then pop some notes down. So maybe things like, had to do a full bust adjustment, the size 18 was a better fit than the size 16 on me, or whatever. Very clever stuff. Right. Talking of clever stuff, Clicky friction pens. Now, these have been out of stock for so long. They've 6 months, in fact. Was it a year, Ben? Well, they're back in stock, but I'm just going to say I've got 44 sets of pens left. Now, if it takes us another year to get these back in stock, okay, I'll just have the last 44 sets. I can't craft without. I can't craft without. These are rather clever. You can create a little stand for them. Yeah, brilliant. You've got 4 different colours, black, blue, green and red. And the bit I like best about them is that they're a clicky top rather than a separate top, because I find this so much easier than reaching for a top which on my sewing table, if it's anything like yours, is absolutely covered in stuff. And as the day progresses, it gets covered in more and more and more stuff, and that's when I lose the tops, forget to put them on, and my pen dries out. So having a clicky, now it took me far longer than it should have done of pushing this bit to discover this is not the clicky top, this is the clicky top. Okay, right, they're flying out. You've got black, you've got blue, you've got green, and you've got red. I haven't got an iron, by the way, if anyone's waiting for me to iron these off. I haven't got an iron on. But look, and it's so much easier just to click the button down rather than having to find the lid. Oh gosh, oh gosh. I've got 2 of these left. When you've all checked out your baskets, I've got 2 left. That's all. Fab, aren't they? Remember, it took us a year to get these back in stock. And I've got about 30 sets left. 34 in baskets. There are going to be some of you disappointed, I'm afraid. It's bad that. I think I've got it round the wrong way. Yes, I have. There we go. Do you know, it had to be pointed out to me. I did not know that this was a... Isn't that clever? Yeah, like that, you see. Brilliant, isn't it? These little bits of design. Ben, might we go back to the knitting needles, or are we not? It's only for Cat. Oh, an iron, sorry. Oh, no, it's all right. Do you know, if you haven't got an iron, a hairdryer is fine. I haven't got a hairdryer. But you've also got the frictiony end. Look, can you see? So you can actually get rid... Now, I personally wouldn't use that on fabric because you'll probably end up sort of compromising the quality of the fabric. I think a hairdryer is quite useful, but it's, anyway, just to illustrate how you remove. It's with heat, and friction will create enough heat. I don't know if, like... That had no effect at all. My coffee breath. Right, well, I wouldn't hang about if you want those. I've got 20 odd left. I've got about 50 of you with it in your basket. Okay, right. I want to mention, please, the Multimat. Because the Multimat... Split pay, why? Split pay, you say? Why? $19.99. 3 split pays. Oh my goodness, wow. £6.33. Oh no, $6.66. Thank you. Clickety click, $6.66. You've got an ironing surface. Brilliant. You've got cutting mat. And you've got your board, your design wall. Fabulous. And this is that gorgeous black and gold from Hemline. Gorgeous. That's amazing. Split pay, 19.99. Fabulous. Fabulous. Right, just wanted to mention that. Now then, yeah, let's mention some rulers. A couple of my favourites. Let's talk twist and stitch first of all. Ben, I'll need you to do a little Pinterest search, please. Thank you. Just twist and stitch quilts is so clever. Basically, you sew together squares. Just squares. There could be charms. It gives you about 5 different sizes. Everything from 3-inch squares to 10-inch squares, okay? You sew them all together in rows, add a border around the outside edge. It gives you all the dimensions. And then you use the twist and stitch ruler. It's got slots cut in it. And basically, you line up this cross on your seam lines, and then you cut, turn it around, line them up again, cut, okay? And then you end up creating these. Now, have a look at some of the projects you can do, because they are absolutely brilliant. It creates almost like a little on-point pinwheel. That one with the little stars, the blues, that's amazing. That one, really cool. The one to the far left as well was also incredible. Just go down and to the right. Not the one on the very far right, but just before it. That one. That's amazing. So cool. You can do hearts, you can do lucky clovers, you can do Christmas wreaths. It's really, really brilliant. $36.99. Oh, I've done loads of things with this. I love it. I love it. It's a very cool ruler, and it just creates the most amazing effects. That's that. I've also got this from Creative Grids. This is the half square triangle and quarter square triangle and flying geese ruler. Now, you'll have seen me use another version of this. It's like a big square with a triangle cut out of it. This is like a compact version of it. Okay, so it still does quarter square triangles, half square triangles and flying geese, and you can make them in multiple sizes. I think we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different sizes. Brilliant. Brilliant stuff. And you just cut strips. And they're either like 2 inches. In fact, I think you can do 10 different sizes, because you can do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 different sizes. And you just cut strips of either like 1 inch or 1.5 or 2 or 2.5. So if you wanted to make 2-inch finished half square triangles, you cut a 2.5-inch wide strip. If you wanted to do 4-inch finished quarter square triangles, you cut a 2.5-inch strip. Whereas if you wanted to do that with the old method, you'd have to cut a 5.25-inch strip. It's ever so clever how they've done it. It really is good for scrap quilting in particular. I love them. And then I've also got this very cute little ruler. This is an 8-inch by 1/2 inch ruler. Now, I would be most inclined to use this for marking rather than rotary cutting, only because of where your fingers would need to be in order to hold this. I would not trust myself with a rotary cutter. Even though it is designed, it's the right thickness for rotary cutting, personally, I'm not going to put my fingers there. However, if you're marking quarter square or half square triangles, or you're doing stitch and flip, mark either side. So line the red line up on the diagonal and then mark either side, and then you've got your stitching lines. £5.49. Gorgeous. Now, can we mention the webbing? Yes, I've got some nice webbing. These are great. And, you know, I love bag making. Love bag making. I'm going to start with this. Because look, I've got my chakra bracelet on today, which is all different rainbow colours, and you've got your webbing for bag making in rainbow colours. It's $1.99 per half metre, and it's cut to order. Now, if you're buying this for a crossbody shoulder bag, you want 1.5 metres, 3 units. Gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. $1.99 a half metre. It's fab. It's gorgeous. And width-wise, by the way, just so we know, it is 1.5 inches wide. 1.5 inches wide. Right, that's that one. Right, very smart, this one. Love this. That's gorgeous. It's like a green and khaki. Absolutely gorgeous. I'm going to call it nominally 1.25 inch wide. So again, shoulder straps, bag handles. Look how it looks on the hardware. That looks lovely. That's really smart. Do you know, I'm a little bit over making shoulder straps for bags. I was never that keen. I love making bags, and I will make a shoulder strap, but I'm really into using these ready-made webbings and because I think they add a real professional finish to a bag, but also strong, secure, and I've made the bag. That's the fun bit. I don't want to make a shoulder strap. Boom, boom, I'm done. Yes, there you go. Right, I've also got that in, well, it's slightly different, slightly wider. This is 1 3/8. You could use 1.5 inch aperture, but isn't that lovely? Like a sort of dark brown and black stripe. That's yummy. Morning, Sophie. Hi. It's lovely, really nice. And then, this is yummy. That's yummy. You can also use this to make belts as well, of course, or basket handles. This is about to sell out. It's gorgeous, that, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. It's like coming out of a rocket ship, isn't it? Vroom. And then I've saved this one till last because it's my favourite. Guitar straps. Are you with me? Yeah. Oh, that looks lovely. Very smart. Again, $1.99, half a metre, and it's cut to order. So order what you need. Now, I typically buy about 3 metres of shoulder strap or webbing like this because I think 2 bags, several baskets, or 1 bag that's got, say, handles and a shoulder strap. So 3 metres really does the trick. Very nice, very nice. Now, sash in a dash. Start with navy. I'm going to use these comic boards as if they were quilt blocks. So you make your quilt block, you layer it with wadding and backing, you quilt it. So we're doing quilt as you go, okay? Then comes the joining, completely by machine. This is your sash in a dash. It has 2 pockets. In goes 1 block. Okay. So, really close to that edge, joins it front and back. Get your next block, slide it into the other side of your pocket. Just like a little pocket. There we go. Now, I would use a ruler to make sure that the top and bottom are lined up perfectly. Stitch close to your line. Keep going. Create a whole row. Then when you've done that, you'll use, I mean, typically you're going to use the same colour. Obviously, you'd have trimmed that edge off. So then you use more sash and dash along your rows. So you slide your whole row into there and stitch, and then put the next row in. So it's very quick, very easy. £2.99 for half a metre. That's the navy. Let's do grey next. There's your pocket one side, and there's the other. And what I do when I've used this is I add some braid or some folded fabric strips or some ribbon over the top. You can really decorate these or use decorative stitches. Red. That's the one I used, actually, the red. I used it with K Facet. Looked amazing. Looked really cool, really cool. And cut to order, and then we've also got the jade. That's a gorgeous colour, isn't it? £2.99. Right, comic boards. Not for comics. Not for comics. They are for comics, really. But because they're acid-free, look, you can do this. Oh, let me into your quilt shop. Anna, that is gorgeous. We're so grateful to Anna. We've used that picture so many times. Look at Anna's organised. Does your stash look like that, Jenny Raymond? No. all wound around comic boards. It's like having your own little quilt shop. $3.99. That's all it would cost to be organised. Oh, it's a small price to pay. Right, so we're going to go to a break. When we come back, Jenny Raymond is back with me with the most beautiful Riley Blake quilt kit and lots of tips. I'll see you after the break.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street. So have you heard of the sewing term fat quarter? A fat quarter is a rectangular piece of fabric, usually measuring 18 inches by 22 inches. It's called a fat quarter because it's a quarter of the fabric on a roll or bolt, and because they're pre-cut, no need to measure or trim. You can find fat quarters in different styles, plain, patterned, or even bundled together in matching sets. So now you know what a fat quarter is.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers, by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Now, look, I'm back with the fabulous Jenny Raymond.
And I can stand on tiptoes so I look taller.
Well, yes.
He's going to bend his knees.
I said to Jenny until I walked over her, I didn't realise, like, oh, I feel like a giant. Say. Now, Jenny, what a gorgeous quilt.
Isn't it pretty? It's lovely. It's just so reminiscent of, times past, that lovely ginghams. This is one of those quilts that you're going to want. It has a lovely sort of vintage, antique-y feel to it.
It does.
The fabrics are lovely. You can arrange the flowers how you like. You've got plenty of material in the kit, and it's really, really nice material.
It is gorgeous, isn't it? I love the palette too, those kind of raspberry pinks and this gorgeous teal.
And it's all picking out the colours in the fabrics behind it. So, you know, when you're choosing a fabric, Stuart, if you pick one particular one and then you look at the colours within it, you can then pick up fabrics that have that colour in it. So you've got the deep pink that's in there, you've got the turquoisey, you've got the soft oranges and things that are all in those fabrics. No, super quilt that.
It is, it's lovely. Now, Jenny, what sort of level quilter is this going to be good for?
I would say it's just past the raw beginner.
Gotcha.
But we have some super templates that have a magic bit to it.
I like the sound of that. So a confident beginner.
Yep.
You maybe made 1 or 2 quilts before.
Correct. And you could, of course, you don't have to do the whole thing. You could stop at, you wouldn't mind lifting the book up, you could just make a small piece, a lap quilt, put 9 of them together because you've got 9 different fabrics.
Oh, Fab, easy.
So, you know, if the whole thing daunts you,
Yep.
make a smaller version, perhaps some cushions
Yep.
or a throw or a pillow sham or
Yep.
something like that. So don't feel you've got to make all 68 inches of it. You could just make part of it.
Oh, that was a very professional way of slipping in the size of the quilt. Brilliant. Couldn't have done it better myself. 68-inch square quilt. Oh, I'm going back to
Nothing
the own
like
side,
68
Jenny.
inches.
You're too good. You're too good. It's called Ring Around the Posies. Very nice. I like that. $239.99. I'm going to let you know the price right now so that you can get your version. If you've already checked out your baskets, don't worry, you're going to pay £199.99. Absolutely fantastic. You've just saved yourself £40. 66.66 if you want to get it on split pay. Let's dive in and show you all the gorgeous fabric you're getting. It's Riley Blake, so you know it's beautiful quality. All comes boxed. It's designed by Jerry Robinson. Look at that gorgeous pattern. It's absolutely stunning, isn't it? All that for $199. Absolutely brilliant. You've got your full instructions. Everything's laid out. 2 simple templates. Do you know, I would say out of all the templates that you might ever use in patchwork and quilting, this unit,
Yes.
this triangle in a square, is probably the most useful and versatile design tool for me for quilting.
Yes, it is. 'Cause it's part of one of the major blocks, 5440 Fight or Flight,
Yes.
that particular block.
Storm at Sea.
Storm at Sea, you can use it in a variety of different ways. And indeed, the design itself, you don't have to lay it out as they've said. You can play with the pieces.
You can. It is, like I say, if you only ever, that is probably the only template I ever use in patchwork, that triangle in a square, but it creates incredible illusion of curves. I actually used it in my Radiant Circles quilt, so. But keep that in your head because I've got something you might be interested in a moment. A little tool. All these beautiful fabrics. You've got this fabulous kind of apricot and raspberry ginghams. You've got that gorgeous tealy turquoise. Some really pretty florals as well. Here's your binding. Here's your focus fabric. And as Jenny said, pick something like this and then work from the colours. It's exactly what you've got here. And then here's your background fabric. I mean, what a gorgeous combination that is. And if we just have a little look at the quilt as well, just so you can see how all these fabrics work together, it's just stunning. Absolutely stunning.
And you've got masses of fabric. There's 1/2 metre of all those pretty prints. There's about 2.5 metres of the background fabric. There's 1.25 metres of the one that's the binding and also the one that's it's in the blocks as well. And I forget the other measurement. You've got an awful lot of fabric there.
It's very generous, isn't
Yes.
it? Very generous. Beginner friendly. And as I mentioned, there is a template, 2 templates. Okay. Now, let me just show you. We have got a brilliant, it's the Tri-Rec triangle ruler. And this makes multiple side. Oh, you're kidding me. Is that? That's a steal. Can we have the details now, please, Ben? That's an absolute steal. Oh, Ben, that's a brilliant idea. Right, what Ben's going to do is he's actually going to drop the price of the quilt by the price of the ruler. Are you? Ooh, and a little bit more. Oh, come on, that's another £20. Right, so, top tip, get the ruler.
Yep.
You don't need it because you get your templates. Okay, you do get your templates. But you can rotary cut these, and it's multiple sizes.
Correct. So you can do a really small one, really big one, and it's, as you say, it's a component part of many different patchwork blocks. Like you, it's the one template I go to, because you can do most of the other things on your ruler, but that you can't.
You're absolutely right.
Yes.
Absolutely
It's not
right.
60 degrees, because some people think it's a 60-degree triangle. No, it's
Taller.
not.
Yeah.
It's taller.
Yeah. It's not equilateral, is it?
No.
Honestly, I'm feeling slightly miffed because you get the chance to buy this and I don't. Unless I swapped, you know, Jenny takes over the show and I just go off and ring the call centre, which I'm considering doing. For $12.99, wow. Now, I didn't even know about this tool, Jenny, because, as I say, my Radiant Circles pattern uses this. I include the template, I include foundation paper piecing. But actually, what I really want is a template.
Oh.
Yeah, exactly. Grab it while you can is brilliant. And these easy quilting rulers are amazing value, aren't they?
They are good. I mean, they're a good thick plastic. They're 6mm template plastic.
You can rotary cut.
But of course, and that's where I came across the magic little bit, because that template's been around for a few years, but I will tell you about it when I get to demo.
You're going to show us how to use it
I'm
as well.
going to,
yes.
yes.
Look, I would just say, don't hang about. Get it in your basket and check out. Jenny's going to show us how to use it, but hopefully you've enough faith in me and Jenny combined to know that we're both saying this is a brilliant tool. You know, I would say kind of 4-patch, 9-patch, half square triangle, quarter square triangle, flying geese, and a triangle in a square.
Yes.
Are my go-to for all my designs, basically.
And you've got multi-sizes on that one, so you can cut anything up to 6.5 inches, and the main piece is the big triangle in the middle, and then the little smaller piece does the 2 sections that go either side, which have to be cut with your fabric folded, because you've got to have a mirror
Left
image.
and right, yep. Absolutely. You can see really clearly on here, where you see diamonds, this is 2 of these triangles coming together. So again, if you want those big diamonds in, you've only got to sew 2 together to create that same look. Storm at Sea uses this diamond. I've done it myself with AccuQuilts. You can get an AccuQuilt die that cuts this. But trust me, a lot more than $12.99. Yeah, grab that while you can. Right, so with that in mind, Ben has now dropped the price of this quilt kit. Now, I'm terrible at maths these days, Jenny. I don't know what's going on with my brain. $239.99 to $179.99. Is that a £50 drop
Yes,
or a
something
60?
like that. Ben will tell us.
60. It's £60 off, which, if you think you've got your $12.99 ruler, which we would highly recommend. You don't need it. You've got templates, but we'd highly... You've got your $4.95 postage, but we've still got a saving of £50.
Well, 50 quid after
that.
that. Yes.
I'll
Yes.
take it.
And you've got the ruler, which you can use for so many things. You've got
So
masses
many
and masses
sides.
of fabric, so you
Yeah.
can make the quilt up, and you're still going to have a lot left over.
It's fantastic value. Absolutely fantastic. And a really joyful quilt. Really joyful, beautiful quilt. It is square. It's 68 inches square. I might, Jenny, be inclined to do a 4x5.
Yes.
Miss one row off.
Yes.
And create 2 patchwork pillows, maybe for like a single bed or
I think that would work remarkably well. But indeed, you've got plenty of fabric left, because having cut the fabrics out for this block appears, I think, twice, I've got that amount left.
Really?
Yes.
Doubled?
Plus doubled,
Is that
plus that bit. Wow. So you're going to get an awful lot left. So anyone who's worried about, oh, there's not going to be enough fabric, you've got plenty.
Well, that's another thing that makes it sort of beginner-friendly, isn't
Yes.
it? Because I made most of my cutting mistakes early on in my patchwork experience. So, you know, just always, if you do nothing else for me, do this. Whenever you get a kit or start a pattern, make 1 block in scrap fabric first.
Good thinking.
Before
Matt.
you cut out the whole
Yes.
quilt.
Yes, yes. And
Have you ever cut out a whole quilt and then realised you've cut it wrong?
Yes. Not as yet.
I have.
Because I like to finish things off, so I would cut one block, and because when you read the instruction, it says cut sort of 100 or something. You don't want to do that. Cut one block, make one block, and then you will enjoy how nice it is to make one block.
Yep.
It works, it's super, then you have the confidence to do the rest.
Yeah, totally agree. I mean, that is how I write my patterns now, and I have done for years. I give instructions for cutting one block and piecing one block.
Yes.
Because who wants to start their day with cut 240?
Nobody.
No.
No, no, no.
I'm out. Grab this while you can. It's an amazing deal, $179.99, giving you such a big saving. It covers your postage, your rulers if you want to get those, or with that £70 off, you could buy your wadding and your backing fabric.
You could indeed, and we've got the wadding and the backing fabric.
We do, we do.
Yep.
Right, I'm going to pop that to one side. Jenny,
yes,
could you do a bit of a demo for us,
I can most certainly do a bit of a
Whatever
demo.
you want to do.
Yes,
Right
well, I'm
now.
going to explain about the templates and also the fabric to begin with.
Yeah.
Right, okay. So move number one is when you get the gingham fabric, it will pay you, if you're being really fussy, to cut it relatively straight to the stripes. And that was fairly easy to do. Just put your ruler along and trim it off. Then, for those of us who are Mr. or Mrs. Picky Pants, at least you'll get them relatively straight. So cut an edge from which you can then cut your strips. Now, the template. Stuart waxed lyrical about the Tri-Rex template, which I must confess I have been using for years and years and years. And
You kept that to yourself?
Yes, these are my rather battered ones. This one has been used a lot, and it had some anti-slip stuff put on the back of it, which is why it's no longer as clear as it was. Now, in your kit, you will get the templates. What I suggest you do with the templates is roughly cut them out. Let's just, there we are, let's move
Awesome,
a bit further.
thank you.
There we are, just need to move over a bit. Roughly cut them out, don't cut them out carefully. Stick them onto a piece of card and then cut out carefully on the line. Now, something you need to watch is the template that says side triangle has got a funny little corner cut off it. And this is because it helps you with the piecing arrangement.
Is that the bit of magic?
It's a bit of magic now. These templates, the Tri-Rex, are exactly the same. Okay, they are. There is no difference. I put that underneath. You can see there is no difference there. And on this one. Now, I came across these templates, some years ago, and went to Italy to demonstrate. Well, I don't speak Italian, and I had...
Just a minute, did you get paid to go to Italy?
Yes, I did get paid to go to Italy.
Shame on, I want your life.
Yes. So here am I demonstrating these particular fabrics, and I speak no Italian, but I did learn sufficient to be able to say the cut-off edge is molto importante, which means it's very important because it...
That sounds like somebody pretending to speak Italian whilst at the same time actually just speaking English with an Italian accent.
You should hear my French.
Do it again, go on.
Molto importante.
Oh,
And they all laughed.
bene.
And all these ladies had fistfuls of euros and they thrust them into my hands and they bought these templates, which was amazing. I was working for somebody, so I didn't actually benefit from that.
Oh.
Okay. So how these two templates work. This is the triangle that is in the middle there. And the other piece makes the other sections on the other sides.
Got you,
So
yes.
how you cut it out is you need to cut 4.5-inch strips of your fabric. So 4.5-inch strip of the fabric. And if you open it out, you can use the triangle ruler. I tend to cut everything double, but if you want to just go for gold, then open it out and put one on there. This particular template is multi-sizes, which is also molto importante.
Yes.
Cut up one side and flip the fabric over, or if you've got one of those cutting mats that turn round,
hello.
you can turn it round. I'm not going to turn it round because it'll sweep everything off the table. Turn it over, replace the template. Okay, so that's how you cut it, that one. All right, I just realised I've cut it out of completely the wrong fabric, so I'm going to now cut it again so you get a proper...
But within a quilt, you might have the feature fabric as the large triangle. It might be the background. Mix and match, you get such different looks in your quilts.
Yes, that's a very good point, because now you've got the templates, you can do absolutely anything you like. So let us start again. We will lay the template on the fabric and line up the line at the bottom and the bit at the top with the edge of the fabric.
Yep.
Just make sure you avoid the selvage. Cut up one side, flip it over, replace the template and cut again. And then if you want to cut on, you just keep on turning the fabric up and down. And
Jenny, can I just ask a question?
Yes.
Best practice, you're a very experienced teacher, best practice, cutting multiple layers. What's your maximum that you would recommend for people to cut?
4. I will probably go for 4. If I have in the past gone for 8 when kit cutting, but only because I know what I'm doing. I have a very sharp rotary cutter. I've got one of these big 60 ones which cuts through about 16 layers of fabric, but I would say no more than 4, right? And do make sure you've got them the right way up and you know you're pressing firmly on the template. Yeah. You can always put tiny weeny bits of a double-sided sticky tape on the back, which stops it sliding, which is quite a good wheeze. So that's how I cut out the triangle, which goes in the middle.
Does it matter that it's got a flat top and pointy bottom?
The reason for that is it's going to save you 3/8 of an inch on every strip. So instead of cutting 4 7/8 inch strip, you cut 4 1/2 because they kindly cut the ear off for you. Right, so there's our middle triangle. How are we going to cut those other 2 pieces? Well, let me go to the blue fabric. This is such a pretty little fabric here. Let's find that one. There it is. You do get masses and masses of fabric. Right, when you come to cut the side pieces, you must have your fabric folded, okay? Because we've got to have a mirror image of it. So move number 1 is make sure you've got a nice straight edge to begin with. So cut off the selvage, etc., etc. Flip the fabric round, place the template on top.
So now you've got 2 layers of fabric and the pretty side is facing outwards on both sides.
Doesn't make any difference. Doesn't make
or
any difference.
inwards.
Yes, sorry.
But you don't want the pretty side both facing up.
No. You must have right sides or wrong sides together in the middle. Thank you for that, Stuart. Well spotted. Right. Template goes on the top there. Align the top of the template with the edge of the fabric. Don't worry about the little point that's there. Edge of the template goes down here. Line on the bottom is lined up with the bottom of the fabric. Cut up here and then cut that little bit off because that's the molto importante bit.
Okay.
What will happen then is take your center triangle and one of these pieces goes on one side and one of these pieces, the friend, goes on the other side. Now, if you didn't cut them out with the fabric the same way up, or if you did cut them up, you will get 2 right or 2 left, and it won't work.
Won't work.
How the molto importante piece works is lay the 2 fabrics together. I tend to work with the right-hand side first, and I'm not certain quite how close we can get to it, but possibly you can just see,
I can see
that the little bit what's missing as aligned with the edge of the fabric, and that piece down there is just sitting back from the point of the triangle. You will then proceed in orderly fashion with 1/4 of an inch all the way down there, as I have on this sample. So just moving to this one, just to show you how pretty the fabrics are. So I've stitched down here. Don't worry about the bottom bit here not touching because that's all part of how the template works. When you've sewn down there, I would seriously recommend, and we'll talk more about this later, that you press the seam open and flat. Having pressed it open and flat, the other half, his friend, goes on the other side. Now, when you place that onto that side, what is going to happen is the pointed end will overlap on the seam allowance, and again, your molto importante bit will be level with the base of the triangle, and there'll be a little bit inwards. You will then sew down there, and hopefully, when you open it out, at the top here, because the template is accurate, you will have 1/4 of an inch seam allowance between the top of the triangle and the edge of the fabric. And again, don't worry about the sides here because that will get lost in the seam allowance. But it is totally and absolutely accurate, and there's a way of putting the fabric together. So to make this unit, it's very simple. I would suggest you either want card templates, or, much better idea, spend £12.99 because you're saving 50 or 60 quid in any case, buy these tools. Another top tip, put a red blob of nail varnish or something like that on them, because you don't want somebody to half-inch them, do you?
Absolutely not. Can we just check the stock on the Trirex ruler, please, Ben? Because if there's one spare, I want one.
You want one?
Being entirely selfish about it. Okay. How many in baskets? Okay, right. I've got 4 left. When you've checked out your baskets, I've got 4 left, which is fine. 1 for me. 3 more if you may have one.
Hey, don't let him get one. He's been quite nice to me today, but even so, don't let him get one.
Quite nice. I'm always nice. Jenny. Oh, brilliant, though. Absolutely brilliant. I think it's the best $12.99 you could spend today. Very much so. Really brilliant. Okay, there's still some chances. There's 46 in baskets. Okay.
Come on, girls and boys, don't let him get one.
Come
on, it's a race.
At this point, because I'm a really nice person, I'm going to mention Jenny's fabulous book. Perhaps you should let me get one of the rulers. We're very limited. Is that all it is? $9.95 for a book?
Yes, of course it is. It's got, I forget, 100 and something odd pages in it. 12 different patchwork blocks, all unique, and 12 projects to go with it. There's a reason there, which we will come to when I show you something, because you're going to come to my side at some point.
Fabulous. Wow. I've only got 12 of these books left. You've been checking out like mad. Well done. Gosh, $9.99 for a book. And it's by... Oh, sorry. And I was so carried away flicking through the book, I didn't even think where I was. There we are.
He's suffering from overexcitement, everybody.
I am. I am. Oh, gorgeous. Jumping Jack.
They're all named after fireworks.
Ah,
because the quilt that I made with them was so sort of exciting in the colours, I felt they had to be
Trumpet
named
cracker?
Yes.
That sounds like a euphemism. I won't say what for. A trumpet cracker?
It's a firework.
Of course it
I
is,
checked
Jenny.
it all.
A Roman candle, a firecracker. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. I'm down to low single figures. If you want to grab Jenny's book, Foldy Roly, Patchwork Pizzazz.
Oh, there's some funny stories in it as well. About why you shouldn't cook leeks in the hotel kettle, how to get more luggage on the aircraft, and various other things.
Cooking leeks in a hotel.
Yes.
Get the book just for that alone. Right, okay. I've done your little plug, Jenny.
Right, thank you very much.
Back to the quilt.
Right, what I want to talk about is basically sewing a 4-patch, because there's a reason for this. Okay, so here is my little 4-patch, and the quilt is made up of lots of these. So we've got a little 4-patch. And you can chain piece these. So you put 2 fabrics right sides together, and we want a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Okay, coming to the 1/4 inch. I personally dislike using this particular foot. And the reason for that is that flange down the edge there can catch on the fabrics. And there are times when, unfortunately, your 1/4 inch seam allowance isn't quite what it should be. And you need to come in on it. With this particular foot, you can't come in because that won't let you. So if you have to have a 1/4 inch, something like that particular one might be better, where there is your 1/4 inch, where you can, if necessary, catch your points, because I'm sorry, in the patchwork world, points are very important. There's another one for another different make of sewing machine. The big problem with all these feet is the single hole in the middle, because if you move the needle off center, despite the fact you bought those amazing needles on the previous show, you will break the needle. Now, if you were to use your ordinary presser foot on many of your machines, not all of them, I have to confess, use your ordinary, regular, normal presser foot. This has a nice wide slot in the middle, so you can move the needle where you like. And you can, on many machines, shift the needle so it is a 1/4 inch away from the right-hand side of the presser foot. And on the machine I've got here, I can shift the needle with the stitch width button and put it at 5.5. If you've got a much bigger machine, some of the Genomes and some of the bigger brothers, they will have the needle position at 8.3. If you've got Boninas, and of course there are many other makes, the needle position will be about 3 points in from the right-hand side, probably under the 4. Well worth a check. Please do not use your Perspex foot with or without a bar, because these do not have flat bottoms. They would have a flat bottom. and they're meant for use with your decorative stitch. So 1/4 of an inch foot on, set the needle. If you have to use this foot, so be it. Right, chain piecing, so pop the thing under there and chain piece. And just find the foot control. You at home will be able to sit down and do this. I'm standing up. Right, so chain piecing is sew down the first set, pick up the next set, make sure you've got your fabrics right sides together, and proceed in orderly fashion. Doesn't matter which way up they are at this moment at all. Right, having got to the bottom, what I like to use is sometimes called a thread saver, a leader or an ender, or in my case, a donkey. And the reason for that is in the mills back in the north of England, they used a scrap like this to carry the thread from one seam to another, saving ends of thread that you didn't have to cut off. Needle doesn't get unthreaded. You tend to sew straighter because you're still thinking sewing. It's a useful idea. So if you sew onto a scrap, you stop on the scrap. You don't sew off it. You then cut behind the presser foot.
What do you call the scrap of fabric, Jenny?
A donkey.
You call it a donkey.
Yes.
I sometimes call it a donkey.
Sometimes it's called a monkey because it swung the thread. Right, when you open them out, now here comes the problem. What do I do with the seams, right? I'm a seam opener and flatter person, okay? So I like to have mine open and flat. And there's a reason for that, which I will explain in a minute. At this point in time, I probably won't press it with the iron. I'll finger press, because every time you press with the iron, you tend to distort the fabrics, particularly if you're a little heavy-handed. So pop the two together underneath the sewing machine, and you're going to sew again. Now, why did I open the seams? The reason for opening the seams is, in my opinion, it is flatter, and also, depending on what you're doing, you can actually have information about where you stitch through. Now, I'm going to ask Stuart to come over here because I want to try a little experiment on him. And 2 seconds, I've got to find the...
Have I got a special job, Jenny?
Yes, you have got a special job. And I've just lost the piece that you were going to do the special job with.
Oh.
I've moved it out the way. There it is. Right, you're going to shut your eyes.
Yeah.
Okay. And I want you to tell me which is the flatter of these two pieces.
Okay.
Left or right?
This one.
Thank you.
Much flatter.
Yes. Okay.
That one had a ridge on one
Yes.
side.
Right, you can open your eyes now.
Oh, it's so bright.
Right, the reason for that is if you open your seams, particularly if you're going to free motion, over there, thank you.
Yeah.
I keep walking to the side, is that will not be anywhere near as bad to free motion over because you won't get the lumpy bumpy bits. Now, the thinking goes that you press the seams towards the light if you're going to press them in the same direction. The big snag with that is you can't always do that, and you end up with the dark on the light side. So you can get shadowing through. Okay, it's fine for stitching the ditch because you've got a ditch, but you have until you get to a junction when you have to cross over the road and the ditch is suddenly on the other side. The argument goes that if a small hole appears in your stitching, having pressed them to one side, you won't get a gap. Now, this is going to be quilted. There's not going to be any pressure on it. Sewing machines these days sew with a very small stitch. I don't think that's likely. If you think about haute couture and a posh, not that you wear a posh frock, but if you were to wear a posh frock, then the seams on a posh frock are how?
I have no idea.
Open and flat.
Oh, are they?
Yes, they always are. They're opened and flat because dressmakers open. And the only time the seams go in that case is when you've either been dancing over vigorously or maybe there's more of you inside the posh frock than there was before.
Okay.
So the seams might part company, right? So I don't think that's a very valid reason for having them going to one side, that the stitching's going to part. The other thing that I would say is, A, if you open them, it gives you information about where you sew, particularly when you're sewing half square triangles together. And in this particular book, which is another reason why you want to buy it, is quite frequently, when you open the seams, you can see a V of colour in the seam. And the base of the V is where the stitching goes, which may not be 1/4 of an inch away from the edge of the fabric. So you can see where to sew. Another reason why I press the seams open. You don't always. Some patchworks you have to go one way, seminal, log cabin, things like that happen. Finally, the last thing to say is English paper piecing. How are the seams pressed in English paper piecing?
They are open.
They're all open and flat. And you look back at the very old quilts, the old hexagon quilts that are still around. So to my mind, you do some and some. And that sometimes they have to go to one side because that's where the patchwork works. But most of the time, for a flatter effect, I would have them open and flat.
Very good tips.
Okay.
Very good tips. Oh, and I enjoyed doing my little bit as well. It's very good.
It was a very well done little bit, by the way.
Thank you. We didn't practice, by the way. There was in no way influenced in what I was having to say.
He didn't know at all.
I'm just joking. I've been struck down. Now, keep going through for your quilt kit, won't you? So many of these in baskets, loads checked out. But don't hang about. You've got the ring around the posies quilt pattern, 68-inch square. Totally doable on a domestic machine. Quiltable.
Completely and utterly,
yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Got your gorgeous binding there. You've got your background fabric. Pretty that, really nice. You've got your focus fabric. Then you've got your beautiful ginghams.
Would you like some of the blocks to show them?
Oh, yes, please.
Very well.
Thank you. Excuse me. Oh, excuse me. I tell you what it is. I'm just a bit vocally strained at the moment. I don't know why. And you've got that beautiful blue as well. Look at that. Isn't that gorgeous? Too much singing. Too much singing. And you've got your pattern, of course. You've made a £70 saving thanks to our Benny boy. £60 saving. £60 saving, thanks to Benny. And that's enough to get your Tri-Rec template if you want. Or your backing, your wadding, or just enjoy the saving. Absolutely fabulous. Absolutely fabulous. Now, Jenny was also using a rotating cutting mat. Now, my lovely friend and Deputy Joan, thought she had every tool she could ever possibly want as a quilter of many decades. However, she had not got a rotating cutting mat. And then she saw it on Sewing Street and had to get one. And she loves it.
It's brilliant, this, because it's a good size. It's 18 inches square.
Yeah.
It's lockable. If you turn it over, you can lock it by simply moving those over so it won't rotate. You can take the board off if you don't want to have it on the rotating thing. Also, think playing things like Scrabble.
Ooh.
I have one for Scrabble because it saves me having to clear.
Sharing a Chinese takeaway.
Yes, sharing a Chinese takeaway. OK, it's a lazy Susan. Don't put hot plates on top, but you could put something else on top to cover it.
Yes.
And
a small quilt.
A small quilt, yes, with a heat-resistant thermolam wadding.
They are brilliant. This is 18 inches square, green. Does this have the non-slip base to it as well? They are brilliant. Underneath the, on the white.
Oh, on the
base.
white one, most
yeah,
definitely.
Yeah,
This does not
They're
move.
brill.
Look, I am pushing it. It does not move. All my weight
Jenny, that was
behind
a
it.
brilliant demonstration.
Push it.
Yeah, I can't push it either, but I'm not going to demonstrate. $32.99. What a fabulous price too. What a fabulous price too. You've got all of your inch markings on there as well, angle lines. But I always say, don't use your mat for measuring, your rulers for measuring, your mats for cutting.
Yes. Yeah, and the other top tip is use the same ruler.
Yes.
Because rulers are not all the same. They vary. Because it's the thickness of the line as to whether it's this side of the line, that side of the line, or underneath the line.
Yeah, and you get used to a ruler, don't you?
Yes,
Yeah,
definitely.
no, I totally agree with you there. If you're at a workshop and you borrow someone else's ruler and it's a different brand.
Particularly, it's got that half-inch with or without the half-inch. You know, the ones that are 6 inches and then they're 6.5 inches.
Exactly.
Oh, my goodness me.
Exactly. Be consistent. But I think everybody needs a rotating cutting mat. They are super useful. If you trim your half square triangles after making them, this will speed up the process no end. Fabulous. Okay, Now, you did mention, Jenny, wadding.
Yes.
Let's talk wadding for a moment. Let's talk 80-20, first of all. 80% cotton, 20% polyester. What wadding do you use? This is my most asked question.
That's the one that I use.
Yeah.
Yes,
Why? What do you like about it?
I like it drapes well.
Yeah.
It sews well. It's not too heavy. I can machine through it. I can hand sew on the rare occasion when I hand sew through it. It cuts nice, and then you can join all the bits together with the zigzag on the machine.
Yeah.
No, it's my go-to wadding.
Yeah, me too. Brilliant go-to. 20% polyester. Wash well, and also that little bit of polyester as well. I just think makes your quilting show just that little bit better.
Yes.
Bit
And if you
bouncier.
press your quilt or a cushion top onto it, it'll slightly bond because the polyester just slightly sticks to it. Oh, it's good. And of course, there's a design board, wool board. You put it up there, and the bits of fabric stick to it. You know, what's not to like?
What's not to love? That's your 80-20, 599 a half metre. That's 228 centimetres wide, so 108 inches wide.
I'm glad you said that, because centimetres, I just don't visualise
I don't
centimetres.
either.
No, I can do feet and inches, but not centimetres.
We've got cotton. This is 100% cotton. Cotton's a lovely drapey wadding.
And that's nice too. And
Yeah.
of course, it's more eco-friendly as well because it's a natural fibre.
Yeah,
Yep.
absolutely. A little bit more drapeable than a blend. Cotton wadding's a bit thinner, a bit drapier. Really good for bed quilts.
And of course, you haven't got any problem because it's cotton.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just a great all-rounder, isn't
Yeah.
it? Again, 599, 228 centimetres wide. And then last of all, we've got wool.
Oh, now that's lovely.
Beautiful.
That's really nice. If you're going to make a waistcoat or something like that and you want something sort of cosy,
Ooh.
yes, the wool is nice.
And actually, in many ways, wool's better suited to our climate than cotton, isn't it?
Yes.
Breathable, naturally hypoallergenic, naturally flame retardant as well. Good in a damp environment.
It's just excellent everywhere.
Yeah.
And just cosier too.
And actually, I did a road test of all our waddings.
Right.
I long-armed them all, and wool and polyester, pure polyester and pure wool, were the best for showing your quilting.
Right,
The
because
quilting
of
on
the
the
depth
wool.
of it,
Yeah.
there was a bit more loft to the
Yeah.
wool because it's a looser patch fabric.
Yeah.
I can see that. Yep.
Lighter, warm but light. And yeah, the quilting showed off absolutely beautifully. 749 a half metre. But that has seriously come down in price. I remember in the 90s, wool
Oh, that was
waddings were
horrendously expensive.
an arm and a leg,
Yes.
weren't they?
Yes, you didn't buy it. But no, that's an affordable price.
Yeah.
Because it's 108 inches wide.
Yeah. Beautiful. And it just has, I mean,
Nice smell.
we've got a flock of sheep, so I love that. Oh, it's just that slightly woolly smell.
Yes.
It's delightful. It's lovely. Right, those are waddings. We've also got some backing fabrics, which would be very suitable. Start off with white on white. And a good all-rounder, a bit like your 80-20. Goes with anything. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to open this out just so that you can see the design. There we go. Can you see that pattern? It's like a little leafy vine. Oh, yes. Nice.
Yes, and so useful.
Yeah.
Oh, that's lovely.
It's good, that, isn't it?
Yep.
Delicate vines. 274 centimetres, 108 inches, $13.99 per half metre. If you want up to queen size, 2.5 metres, 5 units. Up to king size, 6 units, 3 metres. For this quilt, 68 inches wide,
Yep.
2.5 metres.
2.5 metres.
Yeah.
Yep.
Awesome, no joining. That's the one bit in quilting that I don't like, joining backing fabric. Are you with me?
Yes, joining backing fabric and putting a sleeve on. I
Yeah.
loathe putting sleeves on. You know, it's...
For hanging them,
Yes.
like a hanging sleeve. Yeah.
Yes, otherwise people will be thinking he's putting sleep on it.
Well, I never do it, Jenny, and I got my comeuppance once because one of the touring shows wanted to do a collection, and I had to sew hanging sleeves on all of them. So I learnt my lesson. Right, this is a gorgeous dark green, like a bottle green. Oh, this is yummy.
I like that. It's a lovely green, that.
Really nice print too, isn't it? $12.99 for a half metre. Even better. Meadows collection in olive.
And just buy it because you're going to need it. And it doesn't show the dirt.
No.
You see, and it won't show any mistakes in your quilting quite so much if you've got a dark thread in the quilting thing.
Yeah, it's very true. That's beautiful. 100% cotton. Very nice. And you get so much fabric for your money. It's almost... Well, it's 2 3/4 metres wide. Fab. That's the olive. And then I've got this gorgeous sort of minty green. It's really fresh, that, isn't it?
Yes, that's lovely. That's spring-like.
It is.
Yes, very much so. Because it might take you winter to make the quilt, you see, and then you have that on the back and it's ready for spring.
Yeah, lovely. Yeah, make it reversible.
Yes.
Again, $12.99 for a half metre. Smashing. Lovely. Right, let's talk the ruler. Let's talk about the ruler. This is the Tri-Rec triangle ruler. Oh, wow. Okay. Now, I started off with hundreds of these. I've got 5 left.
You're not going to get it.
I'm not going to get it, am I?
No.
Everyone's checked out their baskets. Well done. I'm proud of you.
Go on, check out the last 5.
Oh, you see?
Go to it.
There's the rallying cry. There's the rallying cry. Check out your baskets. 5 left. And this will do multiple different sizes of triangle in a square. You've got those half rectangle triangles. And you've got that, I always just call it a tall triangle. It's not an equilateral. It's not 60 degrees. But this is a triangle in a square. And literally 4 left now. Full instructions on the back for how to use it. This is definitely reading glasses time.
And certainly when you mention Storm at Sea and you put 2 of the shapes together, in fact, if we sort of come round here, I can sort of put the odd bits I've got, which will show you how the Storm at Sea thing works.
Well, actually, Ben, can you just find Storm at Sea quilt on Pinterest? I've been making Ben do this all morning.
I know, he's jolly good at it.
He is good at it, he is, and he neer complains.
If we get that up, you can see exactly where the shapes are used.
And you'll see how you can use the ruler.
And then if you do 54-40 fight or flight, that again makes circular things. Oh, Ben's frantically looking. Storm at Sea. He's going to get ships and waves with the waves going round him. No, it's a patchwork pattern.
All right, have a look at this. Ooh, look at that. Storm at Sea. Now, you see that one with the orange star in it? Left. Go left, down, that's the one. If you just click on there, we'll just... Right, so you can see now that you've got a square on point, or a square in the centre, and then you've got the triangle in the square above it, and then another triangle in the square above that, which together make that diamond. And that is it. That is it.
I think they're different sizes. As you can see the star in the middle that's formed, the white star with the blue centre. It's a really useful template, and it does. Those diamonds begin to create... oh, look, there's a Storm at Sea on the right-hand side.
Oh, yeah, the very far right, Ben.
Far right,
that one. Yeah.
Brilliant.
This is like very traditional storms. I mean, look at that. You can create it with the ruler. Yep. We have sold out of the ruler. Well done. Jenny, all it took was you saying, check out your baskets.
Good-o, he's not going to get one, is he? How old am I?
Oh, I'll just have to pop this one to one side.
I might let you have my old one and I'll buy a new one.
Yes, exactly. We should get you a new one, Jenny. Tracy says, hi, Stuart and Jenny. I hand-pieced a quilt. It took me a year. I forgot it had wool wadding in it and popped it in the washing machine. Once finished and it shrunk. I unpicked it and started again. Oh no, Tracy.
Yeah, the trouble is you can put it in the washing machine, but you've got to watch the temperature.
Yeah.
You see?
That's right.
So I would wool wash.
Yeah.
And not tumble dry it, because that's
No,
not going to do any good at all. Wool wash it on a very minimum cycle, just gently, and then
cold wash.
Cold wash, and then if you can do, you know, hang it on the washing line. If you haven't got a washing line, you must tumble it very gently, and then when it's damp, hang it somewhere to dry.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, this is the thing. Wool does need slightly more special treatment, but is worth it. Right, this quilt kit. Ring around the poses. We are in the danger zone here. Oversubscribed. You've got a lot of quilt for your money.
Such a pretty fabrics. They really are.
It's really pretty, isn't it? Really pretty.
And they'll please everybody. No one can possibly object to that. So if you're going to make it as a present for somebody,
yes,
you know, somebody going to uni would look lovely on their beds, and it's just got this slightly vintagey feel to it.
It does.
You know, retro, rather nice.
I agree. Yeah, it's really pretty. Really pretty. Beginner friendly. Not total beginner. Not if you've never made a quilt before. I would say if you've made 1 or 2 quilts, then you could definitely make this. And at 68 inches square, infinitely doable on your domestic sewing machine when it comes to the quilting as well.
And may I add something about the instructions? Those instructions are correct.
Yeah.
So, you know, if you've had instructions before with other quilt kits and found them a muddle, those instructions are correct.
Excellent. Excellent. That's what we like. Just on the subject of quilting,
yes,
the quilt, I'm going to come over for a second,
come over,
Jenny, because this is a big sort of meander,
yes,
of vermicelli.
Yes.
If we don't feel confident about doing free motion,
correct,
how might you quilt this quilt?
Right. I would use my walking foot, and I'd set my needle 1/4 of an inch away, and I go inside those blocks, inside the diamonds.
Yep.
Inside those blocks, so all the squares and inside the diamonds. Just going 1/4 of an inch away, because if you do stitch in the ditch and you wobble, it shows.
Yeah.
And of course, you've got the problem of these have had the seams pressed to one side, so it's lumpy bumpy. But if you go 1/4 of an inch away, no one actually sees that slight deviation. So I do inside those. If you're even really, really lucky.
Would that be enough? Just do that?
Oh, ample, because if you've done there and there, even just doing the squares will be ample, because it's about every 4 inches you need to do.
So you do around this, you treat that as a whole square?
Yes, as a whole square, and go inside that all the way around, because it's meant to be a whole square.
Yeah.
But it would be impossible to put together. But it's this bit that does your Storm at Sea piece, which is why having that template is so good. But these fabrics are really pretty.
They are. They're gorgeous, aren't they? Yeah, fab. So, you know, you can get it long-armed, you can do free motion, lovely, easy way
Hand sewing.
Yeah, hand quilting.
Oh.
Do you ever hand quilt, Jenny?
No. As far as I'm concerned, it's a 4-letter word.
I did one whole cloth quilt, and it took me about 8 years. And I really enjoyed it, you know. But I just haven't got the time.
No, I haven't either. See, if I hand sew, I go to sleep.
Yeah.
Yes, you see, it's a big job.
Yeah.
Besides, how are you going to look after sheep and all the other things in your life?
That's
and those
right.
cheese parties you seem to have at night all the time.
Cheese parties. I mean, it is literally just me and Charlie sitting on the sofa eating biscuits and lots and lots
cheese,
of cheese.
you see, which is why he's thinning.
Gorgeous. Right, okay. So, we're going to go to a little break? Yeah? Yeah,
Yep.
fine. Right, check out your basket. Jenny, thank you so much. When are you back?
I'm back on, I think, the 7th of September with some Christmassy stuff, possibly.
Ooh, well, it's never too early to start. Now, after the break, I am joined by the lovely James with the Gyro Cutter. So don't go anywhere. I'll see you after this.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
Let's talk about quilt blocks. Quilt blocks are like building blocks. They come in all sorts of patterns and sizes and are pieced together to create a larger quilt top. In sewing, a quilt block is a single section of a quilt design, often made up of smaller shapes like squares, triangles or strips. That's quilt blocks, the foundation of every beautiful quilt.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
Keep Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Well, welcome. I've never felt smaller in my life. No, it's fine, it's fine. Don't pander to my ego. I do just feel like a hobbit standing next to you, James. Anyway,
Yep.
James, welcome.
Thank you for having me.
It's great to have you here. Absolutely fantastic products that you develop, bring to us.
We do.
But just for anyone who hasn't met you, James, tell us who you are and why you're here.
Yeah, so my name's James Harvey. This is the Gyro Cut. So this was originally invented by my grandfather. It's a craft tool, but it's got a 360-degree rotating blade on the end. So it pretty much just means you can use it like a pen. So it's great for your applique, your fussy cutting, all the way, from paper all the way up to stuff like leather and stuff. So everything in between. We make everything in the UK. But yeah, he invented lots and lots of different things.
Will you just put a bit of paper or something down
Yeah,
and show me how
quick.
it cuts? It's so clever. So you use it like a pen.
Yeah, so you can just draw, and you see I'm not moving my hand too much, I'm not moving my wrist. The blade is doing all of that work. And then when you're finished drawing, you can just peel that off and you got a perfect
Wow. It's absolutely incredible, isn't it? I think the first time you ever see that, it's just like, what? What?
It is very satisfying as well, just that smooth, and you get that perfect cut. So yeah, there's little accessories we do with it, like the glue for the mat, the glue for the fabric, all different sorts of accessories. But there's just so much you can do.
Very clever,
Yeah.
very clever. But essentially a cutting blade that works like a pen.
Exactly.
So many opportunities there, as
There
you
is.
say, fussy cutting, patchwork, applique.
Yeah, even something as basic as a circle. It sounds very easy, but I'm sure most of you know a perfect circle is actually a very hard, if not impossible thing to do with scissors or a scalpel. You can do it as easy as that.
And also the aperture that's left is usable. Brilliant stuff. Absolutely brilliant. Right, let's show you how you can get involved right from the get-go. And the best way, actually, to start your gyro cutting adventure is with our mega bundle. Now, I'm going to grab everything and bring it over. Okay. You're also getting a price saving there. It's $63.99. And for that, you're getting this cutting mat. You're getting your gyro cut tool.
Yeah.
We've also got some blades in there.
Yeah, we'll run through that, but this is the set with everything.
Full set.
Yeah.
3 different kinds of blade. And not just 3 blades the same, but 3 different blades for different jobs.
Yeah, exactly.
And then we're also getting this. It says sticky mat adhesive.
Yeah, so that's the one for the surface. We'll run through that as well, but it is a game changer for your intricate stuff and those tricky cuts.
And then we've also got a pot of powder called Fab Grip, which again we will explain in just a second. But that full bundle there, mat, gyro cut, your 3 different sorts of blade, your Fab Grip and your sticky mat adhesive, everything you need, $63.99. You are making a saving. Talk us through it then.
Yep. So basically, let's do the glue for the mat first.
Okay.
So this is our sticky mat adhesive. It's basically a repositionable glue, and you put it on the surface of your mat, or you can use it on the back of templates and stuff. It's got lots of different uses, but the main use we use it for is on the mat. So you can do stuff like stick your paper, your fabric, any material down. That's why this mega bundle comes with a mat, because then you can have a dedicated sticky mat.
Okay. And how do you apply the sticky mat adhesive
Just
to
with
the mat?
any normal dry sponge like this. So you just put it on, dab it on.
So it's just a kitchen sponge.
Exactly, yeah. You can start off with a corner of your mat, do the whole mat. And you can always wash it off, but it will stay sticky for 2 or 3 months at a time. So it's worth having a dedicated.
2 or 3 months?
Yeah.
Wow. Definitely good to buy the mega bundle because you get your mat included.
Yeah, so just leave it on because it's a shame to wash it off when it stays sticky for so long. A lot of people use this on all the machine mats as well because they come with a sticky mat. That's sort of where we got the concept from. So it just stops everything moving while they're cutting. It's the same, exactly the same concept. So you just put it on.
You know when you've put your fabric onto this or your paper or anything like that, when you peel it off, does it have a tacky residue left on the back?
No residue on anything.
I'm just thinking this would be really good anyway when you're cutting fabric out, just for the fabric not to move.
Exactly. I always say once you use a sticky mat, you'll never go back. Like me, if I get a mat out the pack, I have to put glue on it. I just can't use them without now. I'm so used to it. The next product is our Fab Grip. So that is a powdered glue that is heat activated. So the main purpose we sell it in the kit for is to stabilize your fabric. So it's similar to sort of Bondo web and stuff. It just means that you can lay your fabric down, like say this patterned here.
Yep.
Sprinkle some of this on the back. It's got a small sprinkle applicator, like a salt shaker. You just sprinkle it on. This is just ordinary paper I've put on top, and then you iron over the top, and that will bond the two together because it's heat activated.
So you would sprinkle that to the fabric, and then you put some paper, like regular printer paper.
Yeah, I mean you can use normal printer paper. A lot of people prefer to use brown paper because it comes in a big roll and you can just keep using it. It's a bit cheaper.
Use greaseproof paper.
Greaseproof paper is great for that.
Okay.
But what it is similar to is your pattern paper. A lot of people would do that as well. So if you had your patterns printed, you could then stick that straight to the back of your fabric.
And then you've got all these templates
and you can just
out.
draw.
Oh, that's really clever.
Yeah. So, but just as an example, because I'm going to cut the actual pattern on the fabric, I'm not doing pattern paper. I've just used normal printer paper. That's giving you a nice, stiff, stable fabric.
Really stable.
So you can then cut it out with it. It's not going to stretch. It's not going to fray. If you wanted to, you can leave that on, and that will just stay nice and stiff, so you can sew round it or anything. Or you can peel it off and it will leave no sticky on the fabric. All the glue stays on the paper.
Oh, that's really clever.
So that's as in using it as a sort of temporary stabilizer.
Oh, just show us how you cut it out.
Yeah, let's cut one of these out, So
do you need to change your blade when you're cutting fabric?
Exactly. So this one would be the medium blade. It comes with both of these in the set. Also, we do a smaller set that we'll show. That comes with both as well.
So the regular blade that's in your Gyro Cut, that's the paper.
Yeah, and that will cut up to about 250 GSM card.
Okay.
And also great for your pattern
blade.
paper. Medium is the most common fabric, so that will do cotton, felt, thicker card, thicker vinyls, that sort of stuff. And then you've got the deep cut blade, which is for the really thick stuff. So stuff like your thicker felt, your denim, leather, all that sort of stuff.
Awesome.
So you really can cut a bit of everything.
Yes,
so let's do one of these intricate pictures here. So you see you can start at any point. This was the medium blade I'm using here. And you see, so you're just doing a bit of a plique or fussy cutting it out like this.
Oh, those feet are going to be a challenge. Not for the Gyro Cut,
You see.
This is amazing. I mean, I'm looking, thinking, where would I even start with a pair of scissors?
Yeah, exactly.
But you're going round, it's like...
And you see, I'm not taking my hand off, I'm not sort of moving my wrist. So if you do have any issues with dexterity or arthritis, and you see you peel that off and you've got a perfect cut.
Wow. That's amazing.
And I can peel that then off the glue on the mat. I use this one here. And you see there's no sticky on there at all.
No.
So the glue has held it while you cut it. You didn't have to have your other hand following you around, and then you just peel it off.
Very, very clever. And then you can peel the paper away and just applique the shape down.
And if you want to, you can peel that off of there. And if you feel there's no glue on the fabric.
Nothing at all.
And if you feel the paper, you can actually feel the glue on the paper.
Oh, you can?
Yeah.
Yeah,
so
you can feel how it grips.
Yeah. So it's just a really good temporary stabiliser.
Yeah.
And then you can do what you want to do.
Really clever. Really clever. If you want to get your starter set, this is kind of everything you need. You get your cutting mat, and it is kind of A4 size, I would say.
A4 it is, yeah.
Yep,
it's got inches and centimetres on that as well.
Fantastic.
So on there, all on one side, yeah.
You've got your Gyro Cut. You've got the sort of regular blade in there for cutting paper and thin card. You've got your medium-sized blade in there, which is for cutting things like quilt weight cotton, regular thin felt, that sort of thing, vinyl. And then you've got your deep cut blade, which, as you said, James, things like leather.
Yeah, your thicker felt, denim. It all just depends on the fabrics and stuff, but it's like every fabric's different. So if you find you're not getting quite through with the medium, you can just swap to that deep blade. So.
Okay, cool. You're also getting your bottle of sticky mat adhesive. Now remember that one application of this on a cutting mat is going to last for about 2 months.
Yeah, roughly, yeah.
Lots of use.
Yeah.
Yeah. So really you're going to get a lot of value out of one bottle. You're also getting a drum of Fab Grip. That special powder that you sprinkle, just a thin layer?
Yeah, thin layer. Yeah, that's why we got the sprinkle applicator, just so you don't dump a load on there. You just do a really light sprinkle, and it's just heat activated, so just iron over the top, and it's ready to go. And
it's better to sprinkle that on the fabric or the paper?
Well, you can do either, because not only is it good for stabilising, so say if you'd cut something out or you wanted to stick fabric to fabric, you can sprinkle a little bit on, and that is a permanent washable bond when it's fabric to fabric.
Oh,
yeah.
So you iron it.
Yep, and that's so great for repairing, little seams, all sorts of stuff like that.
Yeah, very clever. Now, can we buy these things separately when we need to top up?
Exactly, yeah. So we're actually doing a bundle set here on the show where you get 2 of the Fab Grip as well if you want to add extra, or 2 of the sticky mat adhesive as well as you want to add extra.
Great, we'll show those in just a second. Now, what if I'm left-handed?
Yeah, so it works exactly the same left or right-handed. Let's
Can you demonstrate it?
A quick left-handed demo, yeah. I mean, I'm not the best left-handed, but you'll see it's got sort of, if I can show you here, 2 imprints either side. So that's what we call the pinch point. And then on the back, it's got another sort of indent there. So you pretty much just hold it like a pen, pinching in on like that. I've got the wrong one there, that's the paper one. So that's it in my right hand. You see it's exactly the same in your left hand. So it makes no difference, and you can literally just use it how you want to cut, and you've got that nice cut like so.
It's fabulous. Absolutely fantastic. So slick, isn't it? If you were at Festival of Quilts, or actually pretty much any craft show.
I try, yeah, I do.
You are there.
You are there. I bumped into you at Festival. Yeah, that was a great show for me.
Yeah. Really why is Gyro Cut so popular with quilters?
Just sort of the cutting out your patterns, getting those nice curves, the nice actual cutting out the images to put onto your quilts, all different sorts of stuff like that. And it's just, well, I always say it wouldn't replace stuff like your rotary cutter, your fabric scissors, but it can just do so many things that they can't. So it's just another sort of weapon to your arsenal, so you can do all sorts of stuff without worrying about it at all. So.
Absolutely. It's about having that tool, isn't it, that can really, really change the game and change how you approach things. I think a lot of the time as crafters, we don't even realise we're doing it, but we avoid whole areas of our craft. Even subconsciously, because we think, oh no, I wouldn't be able to cut those out. It's too complicated. It's the dexterity that I would need is not there. Whereas this is like using a pen.
Exactly. And we have all the time, I have people saying it sort of brings back the fun to certain bits of the craft. Like even something like decoupage, like this.
Yes.
Where you're cutting out those intricate bits into your paper and stuff. This, normally, to cut out would be an absolute nightmare. You'd be there for ages doing all this. Your fingers would start cramping.
No fun at all.
So which one shall I cut? I'll let you decide.
Well, I know it's the biggest one, but I love the elephant.
Let's go for it.
Because it's still very complicated and lots of little thin bits.
Let's start here. You can start at any point.
You see how kind I was? I could have said the snake. And you would have done it, wouldn't you?
I would have.
Should I change my mind, viewers?
Let's do
both.
I'm joking. So you see even those small tusks there, you see how the blade is just turning and following all the way around. Obviously,
it's brilliant.
You can take a bit longer than I am to follow it all a bit more accurately, but...
Looks pretty accurate from where I'm standing. Left-handed, right-handed, applique, fussy cutting, dressmaking patterns. Nothing to stop you cutting out if you've got like intricate parts.
And I'm just going to come back on that bit and do the little inside bit.
I did wonder if you were just going to miss that bit out. That hadn't gone unnoticed, James.
Yeah.
I thought you'd wimped out of that little bit.
No,
but
never.
No. You see the tail? I'd have gone through it by now with a pair of scissors.
Yeah.
But because you're doing the same thing as using a pen, you know, I think pretty much we could all go round it with a pen.
And then
it pivots so beautifully.
Peel that off that glue.
Oh, wow. The reveal. And that little bit there.
So if I peel him off, it should leave that bit on the mat like that, yeah.
Oh, that is fantastic. I'm just going to grab the mat just so that we can see. The precision is superb.
And that was in one full motion the whole way, so it's just like, you could imagine that with scissors or something.
Yeah,
would be there.
absolutely. No way. Yeah. I'm out. Nope. Really, really busy. And what a great time to try it too. The mega bundle, remember, you're getting the mat, so you can have a dedicated
and if
mat.
we always say if you use a good quality mat like this, not only does it protect your table and stuff, it also prolongs the life of your blades, because you can get those cheap sort of plasticky mats, but they just wear your blades down.
Okay.
And I'll say about the blades, we make all of this stuff in the UK. Each of our blades are actually made from tungsten carbide, which is not like a cheap scalpel blade. Even what they use in rotaries is just steel normally. So tungsten carbide, if you cut with these every single day or every other day or something, you should get about 12 to 18 months out of one of these blades.
Wow. So if you're using it for like occasional use, this could last you for years.
Yeah, especially with the set with all the blades, you think about just using each one a couple times here and there, you just get so much blade life out of them.
Yeah, absolutely superb. You're getting your mat, you're getting your sticky mat adhesive, you get your fab grip, you also get your cutter, and you're getting 3 blades with it. It comes with the
standard fitted, yep.
So that one, what are we going to use for?
Your paper, your card. Let me just grab this here. I can show you this as well.
Yep.
So this has got the full info on the different blades and what they'll cut. So you get the standard one fitted. That will do your paper, card, vinyl, stuff like acetate and mylar, so great for making stencils as well. Photographs are great for collages. You can also use on stuff like wafer paper and rice paper. Then the medium, you swap to anything if it's a little bit thicker than those. So you stuff like your fabric, your felt, the most common sort of weights like quilting weights and stuff. You can also do your thicker mylar and acetate, so for making those bit tougher stencils. Thin balsa wood and thin leather up to 2 mil. But if you do a lot of leather, I would always say the deep blade. You can do your thicker card and also icing sheets. So all of these blades are good for cake making as well.
Yeah, you do cake shows as
I
well.
do, yeah, and model shows, all sorts of stuff really. And then the deep cut blade is for your thicker fabrics, your thicker felt, sugar paste and fondant, stuff like balsa wood and leather.
Don't mix the two up.
Yeah. And then, polymer clay and stuff, So
it's absolutely superb. I'm just thinking, if there are 2 or more crafters in your house, okay, maybe if you do patchwork and quilting, someone else in the house does cake making or model making or get 2. You do not want to be sharing yours with anybody else. So get 1 each. You get all of those. We had a lovely message from Kate, one of our viewers, Kate in Merseyside. Thanks for messaging in, Kate. Who says, I love my gyro cutter. I do some paper crafting and it's fab for cutting vintage papers and decoupage.
Wow.
Brilliant stuff.
Thank you very much, Kate. We love to hear it. I'm so proud of this invention from my grandfather.
So your grandfather invented it?
Yeah. So the feedback is just immense, yeah.
So when did your grandfather invent it?
So he was a serial inventor. He invented loads of different things.
Did he invent Post-it notes?
No.
I'm joking.
The glue was my dad's invention, actually.
Is it?
But yeah, he helped invent the ballpoint pen, which works in a very similar way. This is pretty much the same thing, but just with a knife on the end of it. He also invented a kid's toy, which is this one here, which is like squares and triangles. Most people, when you show it to them, they'll recognise it.
I recognise
Yeah, it's called
that.
Polydron, and it's been around for about 50 years now.
Yeah.
It's
We
still
had it
in
at school.
It's still in every school now. Yeah, it's a massive product. He invented that. I used to be on the box of that. I used to have my picture.
Oh, really? For your small child?
Yeah.
Oh, can we
They wouldn't
find
have
the
me
picture?
now, yeah.
Oh, Ben, have a look.
I have looked. It's very tricky to find.
Is it tricky to find?
It is, yeah.
What would we need to put in the search bar,
Yeah,
James?
Polydron packaging from about 20 years ago, yeah.
Polydron, is that all one word?
Yeah.
Packaging. Oh, we'll set Ben off. If he's got
Maybe.
time on his
You might
hands,
find
James,
it,
he
yeah.
only ends up doing
Yeah.
things he shouldn't. So we'll give him a job.
But yeah, loads of different things he invented. But this was originally invented as a safer option for schools, for kids, rather than using scissors or a scalpel.
Well, I was just going to ask you, how child-friendly is the Gyro Cut?
So the standard blade is a really, really safe blade. Obviously, the medium and the deep cut blades are sharp for the fabric and stuff. But the standard for your paper and card and stuff, obviously don't try this at home, but you can see how it's not actually a very sharp blade. It won't cut your skin or anything. It's all about the shape of the blade rather than the sharpness. And just to show you a quick demo on that, let's do a bit of paper here. And then something that's quite tricky to cut, which is duct tape. So very renowned for being tricky.
Yeah.
To get that nice clean cut.
I'm getting flashbacks
And
now.
you see I put that on top of the paper.
Yeah.
The standard blade that wouldn't cut my skin or anything, you see just gliding through there. Oh, yeah.
Is that you?
That is me.
No
yeah,
way.
it is, yeah, I can't
All
see
right.
properly, but
Forget
I think
the demo. Forget the demo. Can you zoom in? Wow. Oh.
I think it might be, yeah. There was a few. My two brothers were in there at some point as well, so it might be me or one of my brothers. But
Is that really you? Gosh.
Yeah, my uncle
Very
still
cool.
owns that company, yeah. So
Got you.
very cool.
Brilliant.
So yeah, you'll see I just drew through with the standard blade, and that's cut the paper and the duct tape. But it's safe enough to not cut your skin or anything.
You see,
all
to
about the
create
angle.
stencils.
Yeah.
And we use stencils a lot in quilt making, don't we? Or in applique. Because actually, if you think about it, it's much, much quicker to draw inside a shape than outside a shape.
Yeah.
So if you're doing lots of applique flowers on a quilt, for example, if you made a window template using your Gyro Cut, even if you then mark around it with a fabric pencil, for example, just to have that template to use would be worth.
Yeah, and we use our wooden templates and stuff like this, but if you wanted to do those really small cuts for even like buttonholes and stuff, stuff like metal washers are great because you can just literally just run the tool on the inside and that's a perfect little circle that you've got there.
Amazing.
So lots of different things that you can do. You can use with any templates, rulers, so say this is just a plastic Perspex ruler. You'll see you can just push it up against that edge, run it along, even along this sort of wiggly edge here, and you get that nice clean cut like so.
Look at that. I'm just going to move that to the side so we can see. That is absolutely brilliant. Now, a lot of people are messaging in to say, James, how do we store our mats once they're sticky? Is there a way to store
There is
it
a
to
little
maintain
hack
the
for that, yeah. So obviously I make my mat sticky like this. When you're not using it, the best thing to do, especially if you've got pets and stuff, is like greaseproof paper. Lay that over the top. It doesn't steal any of the sticky. You could literally put that in a cupboard for a year, take it out, peel that off, and it'll be sticky, ready to use.
Brilliant tip. So just baking paper.
Just baking paper, yeah.
Great, awesome. Well, what a great tip. That is fantastic. It's very busy. Very busy. Thank you for being such a good sport, by the way, letting us show that picture. We didn't actually ask you if it was
To be
all
honest,
right.
I haven't seen that for ages. Yes, it was really cool.
I would
I'll have to look it up,
never have picked you out in a crowd in that picture.
No. But
Now, stop it. Oh, really? If you want to find it, go on. Polydron Vintage Packet. You're vintage, James. Do you feel old yet?
I mean, yeah, I'm only 31, but probably was a while ago.
Vintage. You're vintage now.
I am.
Excellent. Now, best way to get involved with the Gyro Cut Pro is with the Mega Bundle. You're getting your A4 mat, which can be your dedicated sticky mat. You're getting your sticky mat surface. You're getting your fab grip, thank you. You're getting your 3 different blades and your Gyro Cut. So you can cut everything from thin paper and card right through to thicker leather. Brilliant. Right. Okay, that's the best way. Loads of you going for that. But however, we have got a starter set.
Yep.
Is
that one's
that
down
here?
there, yep.
The starter set.
If you've got your cutting mats already,
$39.99
use a lot of Bonder web, so you might not need the stabilizer. You can just go for the what we call the starter kit. So then this one, you get that standard blade for your paper, your pattern paper, your card. You get the fabric blade, the medium blade, which will do all your sort of standard thicknesses. It won't do the thicker stuff, but it will do, your cotton, your felt, that sort of stuff.
So quilters, perfect.
Yep, and you get the glue for the mat, because that is just a game changer. It does make the whole process a little bit easier. So that's what we call a little starter kit. And you can use your own mats, and you can use sort of Bonder web and stuff as the alternative to the other glue.
Absolutely. Which lots of us are used to using anyway, and of course you can then just iron that straight to your fabric, iron it, and you're away. So you're getting your same Gyro Cut tool.
Yeah.
Standard blades in there. You get your medium fabric blade. You get your sticky mat adhesive. That's superb. $39.99. Loads of you going for that one.
And it's also, like we said earlier, it's a great little add-on if you think, oh, my husband or my partner I want to have one as well for his little modelling.
We're not sharing.
Yeah. That's a great little one. Lots of people last time went for the Mega and then added on a couple of kits. So.
How easy is it to change the blade?
Yeah, let's do some changing of the blade. So with the standard blade, you can just sort of pull it out and do it by hand, but we always advise just use some pliers like this. These are just little craft pliers, but you just get hold of the metal part of the blade, pull it out. You've got that metal bit there, so you can get your other blade out of the pack, push it in, and it's ready to go. So they are just a push fit. You could obviously do by hand, but they are quite sharp. So.
Yeah, so purely from a safety point of view, use pliers.
Yeah, and they all do come with little blue blade protectors like this, so just to protect them when they're in the packs and stuff, so you're not grabbing them out.
Will that fit over any blade that you put in?
Yeah, they're all the same
size. Oh, that's
cool.
So use that for the blade that's fitted to your tool.
Yeah.
Excellent. I think it's terrific. I mean, I've watched your demo. Well, I mean, actually, I think, weren't you part of the Festival of Quilts advert?
I was, yeah. They often use my videos.
They'll brush with fame. Yeah. And on Instagram as well, of course.
Yeah, I mean, some of the videos, because it's so satisfying. Like, I'll show you one of the most satisfying cuts that whenever I post this, it gets crazy number of views. I think everyone just watched it about 1,000 times, each person. So if you see, you can just draw around like you're drawing a spiral, and you see it will just go over and over and over. And this is where the glue is great, because if you did something like this where you're overlapping that cut without sticking it, that would be moving, ripping, and you can see the benefit. But once you peel that off, it is a perfect spiral.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I'm sold. The starter set gets you the tool, the standard blade for paper and thin card, the medium blade for regular quilt weight cotton, lawn, thin vinyl, acetate, things like that. Make your own stencils, make your own templates for patchwork and quilting, for applique. You can also, even down to things like using perhaps an offcut of wallpaper to then create a stencil.
Yeah, really good for that. Because when you're overlapping wallpaper, people always say if you do a straight cut, you can always see that line. But if you do a wavy cut like that, it will perfectly join together. And
well, isn't that what I always say about when you're joining wadding? Not a straight line, a wobbly line, because it disguises the join.
And you get that perfect joint and you won't see it at all,
Excellent. It's our starter set. On screen right now, you're making a saving. It's $39.99, and great if you don't like sharing. I'll share anything bar food, James. I hate sharing food.
Yeah, I'm the same.
Because I'm basically very greedy. Excellent. Right, okay, so that's that. Now, I think it would be a good time to mention our 2 sticky mat adhesive set.
So, yeah, earlier I mentioned that you can use this on all your machine mats as well. So if you've got a Cricut, Scan and Cut, any of those, you'll know they all come with a sticky mat. That's sort of where we got the concept from, but we developed it into, it lasts way longer. Those mats lose their sticky so quickly. So you can use this on your machine mats to stick them, re-stick them. You just give it a wash, put the glue on your sponge, put it within the area of your mat because they have rollers that aren't sticky around the edge. And it'll be better than a brand new mat, and it will last longer each time as well. So,
yeah, months of stickiness on daily use.
Yep. Another amazing use for this is, I've only got this here to show you, but you know when you're using a sewing machine and you're using those Perspex templates to follow around.
That's like Pars rulers or something like that. Yeah.
So you put a couple of dobs of the glue on the back of your Perspex template. That will go onto your machine. It will stop it moving on your fabric, and you know it's not going to leave any sticky on your fabric as well. So.
Oh, now that is a genius idea. Yeah. James, can I use this on the back of my rotary cutting rulers and templates?
Yeah, anything like that, because you know it's not going to leave any sticky residue. You know it's going to stop it moving around, and you've got that perfect, ready to use.
I mean, how many times have you been using your rotary ruler to cut strips or squares or borders, and you've got right to the end and your ruler slips? Yeah. Piece of fabric ruined. So in that case, would I do the whole ruler or just blobs?
It depends. It depends on how much you're doing, really. If it's just a fairly quick cut, I'd just do a couple of dobs. Because you can always wash it off after. But if you're going to be there for hours getting this really nice, clean sewing pattern or whatever you're doing, I would probably do the whole ruler. Yeah,
do the whole ruler.
Yeah.
But remember, it's going to stay sort of tacky for months. I mean, imagine that ruler that doesn't slip.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's really, really clever. Loads of you are coming in for this. Remember, you're getting 2 bottles. You can, of course, use it with your Gyro Cut. It's essential with your Gyro Cut.
It just makes the whole process so much easier, yeah. Especially like that cut where I did that elephant. If you did that without sticking it down, it'd be a bit of a pain.
Yeah. There's no need, is there?
Yeah.
It's just the lightest... It's very clever.
It's like a Post-it note. We always say make your own Post-it note sort of thing. It's just a little tack. Yeah.
So in a way, your grandfather did invent the Post-it note.
Well,
really.
Well, no, this was actually my dad who developed this.
Tell me about that.
Yeah.
So I've met your dad. So he's an inventor too.
He is. Yeah. Because this was actually, it was a product, but it was just sort of chucked in a drawer. It wasn't really doing anything with it. And my dad brought the Gyro Cut to life. He made all the different blades for all the different materials because it just cut paper when he first made it. And then we were using stuff like spray mount and stuff to make the mat sticky, to stop stuff moving while you're cutting. And you probably know any sort of spray glue is horrible stuff.
Yeah.
You're breathing in glue, you spray it and it goes sort of everywhere. You're supposed to do it outside. Just the whole process, even shipping it is all hazardous.
Yes.
The whole process of it is so sort of bad to do. So we had to make another option. And my dad's got asthma as well. So breathing in that sort of stuff was no good. So we made, the sticky mat adhesive. So it's water-based. You can literally put it on with a sponge. It's not going to go everywhere. It's completely really safe to use. And no real chemicals in it or anything like that. So it's just such a better option.
As well, even if, I don't know, you know when you're doing like really careful, maybe calligraphy or drawing, lettering, something like that, where you don't want the paper to move while you're writing on it, you could even put that onto the sticky mat, couldn't you?
I mean, my kids and my wife use the cutting mats for all sorts of homework and all sorts, and we just use it always sticky because it just saves it moving.
You can't lose your homework if it's stuck to a mat.
It just saves it moving.
What's your excuse now, eh? Yeah. The dog ate it. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. $16.99 for that. We've also got the duo pack of Fab Grip.
Yeah. So
tell me about this.
We showed you how good it was, how you can do stabilising your fabric, sticking your pattern paper to your fabric, or using it fabric to fabric. So even something as basic as turning up some curtains, you can literally just sprinkle it on, fold it over, iron it, and it's just done. It's just so quick. And that's a permanent washable bond.
It's like quick hemming of trousers?
Yeah, really quick stuff like that.
Gosh, you don't have to sew at all.
Great for repairing, yeah. And so it's always really, really popular. I nearly sold out at the Festival of Quilts the other day, but luckily we got a bit more in the meantime, and I've had all my guys bottling it up and stuff. So
that's amazing. I remember what I used to teach in a beauty college, and all of my students, they all had to have like whites, trousers and tunics, and none of them would turn their trousers up. So they were all walking around, and on a wet day, they'd go out for lunch and come back in and have these horrible, like, grey, wet bottoms to their trousers. So one day I just went out and got a load of Wonder Under, and I taught them how. It was like, we're going to turn up your trousers. I wish I'd had this stuff.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Literally sprinkle, turn, iron, and it's done.
But, and then we'll show you the iron cover, because that is a great accessory for this, because it stops anything going on your iron as well.
Well, I think we should probably mention that next. Liz has messaged in. Oh, sorry, this is much more important. Christine's messaged in. Hi, you gorgeous people.
Thank you.
You see why it was more important to read that out?
It was.
I'm kidding, Liz. Your message is brilliant too. She says, I bought the Gyro Cut the very first time it was on Sewing Street. Really helpful. As I have arthritis in my hands, I use it for fussy cutting and applique.
So glad. That would have been my dad.
Feel
yeah,
great.
it does. Honestly, it's amazing.
Bringing back the fun and the joy to crafting.
And because if you've got those sore, even when I cutting out, used to do loads of cutting with scissors, it gives you such sore hands and wrists, and you just don't get any of that. So imagine someone who's already got the pain before they start.
Exactly.
Game
well, I'm a very delicate flower, James, as you might imagine. And if I use scissors a lot, I get like a horrible ridge here on my finger. And I've got blisters on my fingers before now from using scissors. So let's get rid of all of that. Throw your scissors away. I'm kidding. Don't throw your scissors away. But it's so useful to have it as an extra tool.
Exactly. Yeah.
Now let's talk about this iron cover, because this is really rather clever.
Yeah. So if you're doing a lot of using our fab grip, ironing delicate fabrics and stuff, this is our Teflon iron cover. So this is always really, really popular.
Yeah.
And Teflon is a really, really strong material. That's what they make sort of bulletproof vests out of and stuff. I wouldn't try and dodge a bullet with this.
Right.
But, and it just fits over any sort of full-size iron. It's just adjustable, and it will just protect the fabric you're ironing. It means you're not going to get any glue residue on it, and it also distributes the heat evenly across. So.
Now, these Teflon iron covers always sell out, so take that as fair warning. Grab yours now, and literally, it's like a shoe cover,
straight over,
isn't it?
Yeah.
It just... So I've got one here. It's literally the spring goes around the bottom.
There, just clip it over.
And the clipper...
And you can take it off for cleaning, and just, it's amazing.
And of course, you don't forget then to cover your delicate fabric before you iron it.
Yeah.
Or your Bonder web or your applique. Just pop this on your iron and it's going to be
ready to go,
Brilliant. Now, what if I do get residue or gunk on the Teflon?
Yeah, so you can just take it off and just give it a really good rinse with sort of soap and water and stuff. It won't cause it any issues at all.
Because that's the point of Teflon,
really easy
isn't
to clean,
it?
Yeah, really, really easy to clean,
It's such a cool product.
Yeah.
It's absolutely flying out. If you've got your fabulous Eliso iron, if you really splashed out and bought the Tula Pink version, if you've got, a £15 iron that you bought from the supermarket, whatever you paid for your iron, you want to protect the surface, don't you? And you want to protect your fat. It doesn't really matter what you paid for the iron.
Definitely.
You protect it.
Yeah.
Because also as well, you protect your fabric. Once, James, I had done some grubby ironing, hadn't bothered cleaning my iron, and then I was merrily ironing a new quilt top. It was fine until I got to a bumpy seam. And I don't know why, but the bump in the seam, it took all black off the bottom of my iron, all onto my quilt top. There's no way back from that.
No, there's not.
I would grab yours while you can. For $8.99, protect your iron, protect your fabric. I think that's absolutely brilliant. Such a clever idea. suppose that's the thing about inventors, isn't it? It's not product specific. They just have amazing ideas.
Well, they just see an issue or anything, a problem, and they just think, how can we solve that? Like, whereas people always say, oh, what's your invention? I always say, I'll come back next year for my invention, but I've been saying that for years. So.
Oh.
I'm more of a salesman than an inventor, really. I feel like there's two different sort of minds.
You breathe life into the products.
Yeah, someone's got to sell the inventions, I always say.
I think so. And actually, as you said, you know, there's some things which have to be shown that could sit on a shelf and we'd all walk past it, wouldn't we?
Yeah.
As soon as you see it actually being used, like, hang on a minute, what?
Yeah.
Will you just show us again what the gyro cut
So let's do, with the medium blade, I was going to do some felt like this. So again, even though felt is very absorbent, I would stick that straight onto the mat. You can see you can just draw into that and you get that really nice, clean, perfect cut.
So clean.
Or even something like this, where you're just drawing around, join it back up at the bottom.
See, now our director's getting really arty. Oh, look at
that.
The old romantic James.
And then
something else.
Let's do.
It's brilliant, isn't it?
So this is some thicker felt that if you try to cut it without stabilising it, it might pull and stretch. And so I stabilised it again just onto normal paper.
Was that using the Fab Grip?
Fab Grip again, yeah. I would probably use the deep cut blade for this sort of thickness, which is this one here. And yeah, you can just draw into that and you get that really nice, clean, perfect edge like so.
That's superb. Oh, good point from Sue. She says the Teflon iron foot can interfere with the rising foot on the Aliso. You can turn that off.
Yeah,
you can turn the rising function off. And I would say that actually I would rather, personally, protect my Aliso iron with the Teflon cover.
Yeah.
But yeah, good point.
Just while you're using it, you can turn that function off.
Now, Jeanette's put in a request. And Jeanette, you're a woman after my own heart. I like to put the requests in while they're here. Do you do the Teflon iron cover for a mini iron?
We are working on it.
I'm glad to hear it.
Yeah.
Is it like your invention, or are you working on it?
No, that's something I've always said, because a lot of people have those smaller irons for little projects and stuff. So yeah, we're definitely
That'd be
going to do that.
great. Watch this space, Jeanette.
Yeah.
We'll let you know as
We'll
soon
sell
as...
it here first. Yeah.
Will you? Not at one of these fangled shows.
No,
Bring
always
it here
first. Yeah.
Excellent. I'm glad to hear it. Now, keep going through for your Fab Grip, your sticky mat adhesive if you're buying extras. But let's just go back to the mega bundle that we started with. This is by Crafty Products, your grandfather's original invention, then carried on by your dad, creating the different
He's still
blades.
the manufacturer and still very much involved, yeah.
And all made in Britain?
Yeah, everything is made in the
Brilliant.
UK, yeah.
Absolutely fab. And then brought to life by James, grandson James.
Yeah.
Fabulous.
Let's do a bit more fabric. So this, I've actually not tried cutting this fabric. This is a little patch that I brought from a company called Sea Parrot. It's a woman that I know. She was very close to both of us at the Festival of Quilts. Again, I've stabilised it. It might not have been needed for this because it hasn't got much stretch in it, but I just thought I would anyway. And then use the medium blade for this sort of thickness. And you can just draw around it. And it's a really lovely pattern in that fabric.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I might have to just chop them off.
Fair enough. I think that's okay. There are some very fine details that even the gyro cut.
I mean, you could just cut them like with a little bit of a edge on them, but yeah.
Decoupage, applique, stencils. Oh my goodness, I love a bit of stenciling.
And if you do feel like you've missed any bits, you can always come back again and just go over that a little bit again. It doesn't affect it or anything. I always show it going all the way around in one motion, but you can always do it in little bits at a time. And I think it was about there. And then we just peel it off.
Oh, look at that. Brilliant stuff. Brilliant stuff. Very, very clever. Very clever.
That's a really nice fabric, that one, yeah.
Yeah, it's superb. That's fabric. That's fabric. Like quilt weight cotton. Absolutely brilliant. Now, loads of you have this in your basket. Don't miss out. This isn't, James, we don't see enough of you.
I know. I'm a busy
if,
man.
Yeah, you are a busy man. You are a busy man. And you do a lot of shows where we can watch you demonstrate, but it is a great time to buy. You are making a saving, and we've put together this mega bundle. You've got your dedicated mat that you can have permanently sticky.
Yeah.
You've got your sticky mat stuff.
Yeah.
You've got your fab grip.
Yeah, and then you've got all the different blades.
Everything from thin paper right through to thicker.
And then each set will come with one of these leaflets like this. So you can just, what we always say is put that up in your craft room, have it on your desk, so that every time you're about to start something, you can say, oh, I'm doing a little bit of paper, so I have the standard, and then I'm moving on to fabric, so I have the medium, and you just get them ready, just pop them in, cut what you want to. But treat it like your fabric scissors. You don't cut paper with your fabric scissors.
Sure.
Just to give that longevity of the blades, if you're cutting all the wrong stuff with them, it will cut it, but it might wear it a little bit quicker. So.
We've had a good question from one of our viewers who's asked, can I use, I already know the answer. Oh, here we go. From Nan in Cardiff. Hi, James and Stuart. Would you recommend using the Gyro Cut instead of a rotary cutter with a quilting ruler?
I mean, it depends what you're doing. If you're doing a load of sort of straight cuts, it can be quicker, but I always say it wouldn't sort of replace your rotary cutter, because if you were doing like a really long edge, like cutting a metre or 2 metres of fabric, doing that with the Gyro Cut, the way you've got to hold it, is just, you'd have to just be stretching that little bit more, whereas the rotary, because it's like a pizza cutter, you can just roll it. So it wouldn't replace it, but it can just do so much that you can't do. So I always say, most people would have both.
So it's perfectly possible to cut. I mean, I suppose the thing is, for cutting a straight line, use your rotary ruler. You can use your Gyro Cut to do a straight line. Exactly. If you're cutting all the strips out for a jelly roll quilt, you're probably going to still want to use your rotary cutter. Fab. You can. It doesn't mean you have to. Fab. That's terrific. Now, let's talk the starter set. Very, very good option, this, I think, if you want...
just to start with the basics, really, so you got the standard for your paper, your card, your pattern paper, vinyl, stuff like that. And then you got your medium, which will do for your cotton, felt, thicker card, and then you've got the glue for the surface. So it's pretty much everything you need to get started, as long as you've got your own cutting mat already.
Now, James, here's a question about the cutting mat. I'm just thinking about one of your earlier answers. So you were saying about you can protect the surface of your sticky mat with some baking paper. So I'm just wondering, if you've got a rotary cutting mat at home and it's a double-sided one, could I have sticky on one side for when I'm using my Gyro Cut, protect it with a piece of greaseproof paper,
100%,
flip it over and do my rotary cutting?
Definitely. That's what a lot of people do at the shows, so they'll have a double-sided mat. One side tacky, one side not.
Easy.
But yeah.
Easy. And if you only ever want to cut thin paper card and quilt weight cotton, then the starter set is a brilliant
just to get you started, yeah, exactly.
Fabulous. Remember, you can cut through fabric and bonder web on the back, still with a medium blade.
Just with the medium, even stuff like freezer paper, depending on what you use as a stabilizer, it will cut through both layers.
Brilliant. Now, I'm very keen on freezer paper for quilting stencils and dressmaking patterns, so that's another great use, isn't it?
Yeah, and then another quick demo I'll show you is this is some fabric that my dad put on some wadding.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, so for that I'd probably use the deep cut blade, just because it's a little bit thick with both layers. And I'll just do a freehand cut.
Just move you up slightly.
Of course.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah. So I'll just do a sort of straight cut to show you. And you see that's got a really nice clean cut with the wadding as well. Yeah.
So really, to answer Nan's question, yeah, you could absolutely be using the straight edge of a rotary ruler here.
Yeah, you can, yeah. Just push it up against that edge. Even the really sharp deep cut blade is not going to damage that edge at all. And you'll get that nice, clean, perfect cut like so.
There. It's really clever, and well worth getting. As James said earlier on, actually, it's one of those extra tools in your toolkit that you are going to reach for many times.
Yeah, even something as basic as a circle. It sounds so easy, but if someone's like, oh, there's a circle in that pattern or something like that, it's just so tricky to get that nice. I'll just make sure it's stuck down. I'll start again here because otherwise I won't get a full circle. And you see all the way around like that. And then you've got that nice, perfect cut, like so.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And so effortless, isn't it?
It is.
I like products that make me look the very best I can. Make my work look as good as it can. You know?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Fab. Now, sticky mat adhesive, a twin pack with a saving. Love that.
Lots of people added that on last time, all the little sets. So.
Yeah, if you're getting the starter set or the mega bundle, grab yourself a couple of extra bottles of sticky mat adhesive because you won't just use it on your mats, will you, James?
No, you can use it on your machine mats, as he said, on the back of your templates and stencils. And like we said, you can cut your acetate and stuff. You can make your own stencil. And once you've cut that, just put a little bit of the glue on the back and you can just keep reusing that over and over.
Oh, so if you're stenciling walls, then use the sticky mat adhesive on the back of your stencil.
Or even for stamping, so on the back of your perspex or whatever, just put a little bit of the glue and you can stamp through it and you know it's not going to move while you're doing that nice stamp. Whatever. So.
You mentioned as well the quilting rulers that you have on the top of your quilt and move under. Pop it on the bottom side of those.
Yeah, just just the part that's going to be on the fabric because it will just stop that moving on the fabric that way.
So you know when you put the adhesive onto the ruler, the mat, whatever, how long do you need to leave it to kind of cure or dry?
So we always say just a couple of minutes, but it goes on white. It's a white glue and it's clear, like you can't actually see it on the surface. So it's pretty much once it's clear, it's ready to use. So yeah.
Great. Absolutely fab. Loads of you going for that. $16.99 for 2 bottles. And remember, it's going to stay sticky on your mat for a good couple of months with very, very regular use. Protect the surface with greaseproof paper in between times.
Yeah.
Fab.
Should we do a bit of a plique?
Yes, please.
So this is another fabric that I've already stabilised, obviously with the fab grip, but you can use Bondo web or anything like that. I would just use the medium blade on this, and then I'm going to go for something quite tricky like this one here. And you see, you just draw around it. No hand or wrist movement. The blade does it all for you. So you treat it like you're drawing around it with a pen. Started about there, and then we just peel it off.
Look at that. It's so neat. Absolutely brilliant. It's very impressive, James.
Yeah, so we've got a few we've done here now.
Very impressive.
Yeah.
And just remembering back, you were saying that originally it was developed or used for children.
Yeah.
To more safely cut.
Yeah, so if you've got grandkids that come over that do a bit of crafting and stuff like that, it's just, as long as they're using that standard blade. I mean, if they're a little bit older, my daughter's 11, she uses the medium and stuff because she's used to it now.
Because you're training her to do shows.
She comes to shows, she loves it.
It's
And
awesome.
she's left-handed, so she does, if someone says, can you do it left-handed, I just bring her along and she just, honestly, because she's into crafting and stuff, whereas I'm into it, but I'm not artistic enough to know. So I always say, in the hands of a crafter, this is just unbelievable what you can do. Yeah, she's probably watching. Mia.
Yeah. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fab. You'll have to bring it to the studio one day.
I know, I'd love to. She would love it, yeah.
Absolutely brilliant. Wow, I love any product that gets kids interested in crafting as well.
Definitely, yeah.
They're the next generation. Right, James, let's talk about tomorrow's day. Let's look at the menu.
Yeah.
We're starting at 8 a.m. with, oh, I'm so excited, Sarah Simi is joining me live from the US for the Nudie Knits at Home book launch. Oh my goodness, it is so much fun. At 9 o'clock, the fabulous Janet Clare is here with her Broken Dishes quilt. At 10 o'clock, quilting tools and extra wide fabrics. At 11 o'clock, sail away, sail away, sail away. Please stop with Janet Clare. I'll say it. And then at 12 o'clock, quilt kits you will love. James, it's been an absolute pleasure.
It has, thank you.
What a brilliant hour. When's your next live show out there in the real world?
I'm doing a country craft show this weekend.
Oh, where's that?
Henley-on-Thames.
Sounds delightful.
Yeah.
Have fun.
That should be good.
And I hope you'll join me tomorrow morning for a very fun day. Wonderful guests, Sarah Simi from the States and the fabulous Janet Clare. But you don't need to go anywhere. Stay tuned because Hobby Maker is coming right up with my old mate Sheila Halliwell and some fabulous paper crafting. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning.